Hello. Good morning. How are we doing? Starting our week. Early Monday. Getting a jump. We're ahead of everyone right now. Except Europeans. They always have a head start. We released a new video today. Have y'all seen it yet? Guess it's maybe been out for an hour or so. You have not? Well, there's your homework, fish. You might have seen it live, though. But that doesn't exempt you. Even if you saw it on Twitch, you gotta go watch it again on YouTube. It's a rule. Can I share the video link? We usually have a link in the chat. ! New vid. And that'll always take you to our latest YouTube video. Abe Froman, tier 3. That's a big reset. Tier 3. 4 years. And look at that, you know. You can read into someone's experience at Chessbrah with a simple resub. Abe Froman is on a 47-month streak. 47 months in a row. But he's been subbed for 4 years. 48 months. So what happened? Abe subbed for a month and said, you know what? I don't know if this is right for me. You know, this experience. Tried it for a month, said, damn, you know, I'm not sure about this. Getting cold feet. Took a month off, maybe more. And then he said, you know what? After browsing around the Twitch directory, browsing around Twitch chess, I've realized this is the right place for me. And from that moment on, after skipping a month, he went 47 straight months in a row. And is now resubbed for 4 years. A beautiful story. Beautiful story. Twink time. Wow, another beautiful story here. Tier 3, much like Abe Froman, but 3 years this time. And you know what? There's no 35 months in a row. Nope, it's 36 straight months. Just 36. That's just simple. Thank you, Twink Time. He knew exactly when he landed in the Chessbrah stream. That's where I want to be. That's where I want to be. He knew he made the right decision. Decisive lad. Thank you, Twink Time. So look at that. 2 big resubs to start the day. 4 years, tier 3 from Abe Froman. 3 years, tier 3 from Twink Time. That's right, Abe. In your case, at least. Hello to 14-inch rod. No. Not today. Not today. That was for Friday. So I hope you can clear your Friday for us there, 14-inch rod. This Friday, what is that, June 2nd? Yeah, June 2nd. This Friday, we're going to do a sub battle against Blitz stream. And it'll be at 8 p.m. in France, which is 2 p.m. Eastern time. So basically like 3 hours from now on Friday, wherever you're watching from. That'll be on Friday. Obviously, I'll pick the team a little bit beforehand. We'll have the stream on. How can you participate? Well, you're gonna have to be subbed. That's the first thing. It's a sub battle after all. And on Friday, just be here. I would say an hour beforehand. Starts at 2 p.m. Eastern. Be here at 1 p.m. Eastern. The stream will be on. I'll be picking teams, and we always pick the teams in our Discord. So we have a channel in our Discord, a sub battle channel, where everyone who's interested in putting their name out there can submit their username, their rating, and you might get picked. But I only pick people who write their names in our Discord channel. So before Friday, it would be a good idea to get subbed, join the Discord, and connect your Discord and Twitch subbed accounts. That way, come Friday, you won't have any more work to do. And once you do it, once you connect your accounts once, then you're done. Like, then you'll always have the access. So it's a nice thing to get out of the way, get done, so you don't have to think about it. Because some people show up exactly at the time of the sub battle, and they're like, well, how do I play? And they're not subbed, they're not here ahead of time, they're not in the Discord. It's like scrambling. So get it done ahead of time. Vola Colin. That's right. You're talking about because it's in Toronto, right? I think the, what is it, 2024 FIDE candidates are in Toronto, right? I'm keen for details on that. Be nice, you know, if, because Canada is the host country, right? Obviously, that's how the candidates work. Host country, Russia, extra Russian player. Host country, Canada, maybe Canadian player. Eric and the Candidates 2024. You can see it happening. Hello, Dill.
Hello.
Good morning to Underdog Dill.
Good morning.
We were just talking about the FIDE Candidates tournament to determine the next challenger to the World Championship, which is being held in Toronto next year.
But it's going to be you, right?
Well, Dill, I've decided to decline the offer to participate. That's right. Yep. Decided to leave the spot open to more deserving players.
Okay.
Yep.
So maybe Eric?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking, at least. If it were up to me.
It could be Eric.
I'm following the footsteps of Hikaru, who gave up his Olympiad spot also to more deserving players.
Is it going to be this year?
2024.
Okay, so next year.
That's right. So they just had the World Championship this year. So then next year they'll determine the next challenger.
That's very cool, actually. For
Yeah.
the city.
So it should be that's the announcement. Yeah, 2024 Toronto. Maybe off the back of the successful tournament at the one hotel. They saw Canty and they were like, you know what? It's time to host the candidates there. That's right, Hugh. I'm sure Dill's also in the running for a candidate spot. I think it'll be fun, Chess Dude Guy. Thanks for the 65 months, Chess Dude Guy. You know, by the time the candidates happens, there, Chess Dude Guy, you will have already hit 69 months resubbed. Imagine. What a sweet feeling. Thank you to Dav C. 8 months with Prime. Good morning, Askena. Hello, Filson81. Good morning, Chelsea Morgana. Hey, Ubitsia. Adam Hart Lover. This may seem obvious, but there are a few tournaments in the world where if you go so far as to win them, they actually just, like, they make you a GM. You become a GM. Now, obviously, it makes a little bit of sense because there's no way you would win. There's no way you would even be in the goddamn candidates unless you were a GM. There's no way you would even be in some tournaments. But then, if you go so far as to win them, there are certain standards that need to be upheld. Like, imagine you have the candidates tournament and somebody in the tournament's not a GM. It just, there's a weird vibe to it. So there are definitely some tournaments in the chess world where you need, like, they just give you the GM title. They're like, you know what? This is gonna look bad for us. Let's call this guy a GM. Imagine someone goes in the candidates, no GM title, wins the candidates, no GM title, challenges for the world championship, no GM title, and then wins the world championship, no GM title. It's like somewhere along the way they're just gonna be like, no, let's. There's gonna be press reports out there. Let's give this man his GM title. That's correct, Etienne. If you become the world junior champion, you just become a GM. They're like, this is gonna look strange. If you become the world junior champion, you deserve the title. No, like Azula, I'm not saying you shouldn't expect Salty to be in the candidates. I'm saying when Salty makes the candidates, he will automatically get a GM title for appearances, so that it looks more natural. All GMs in the tournament. How did you get the GM title? Well, the World Chess Federation was ashamed of me. Yeah, that's a good story. Because, you know, there's guys out there like, even Buddy Pranav. Guys like Kramnik, who had certain titles. Like, I think Kramnik is one of the most famous, of course. He had the FM title, and then he just became a GM. There's a lot of people that have no title, and they just wait for the GM title. Now, if you have no title, and you want to play in Chess.com's Title Tuesday, you can't. Even if you're like 2600 FIDE, you can't play it because you need to have that recognized title. But not everyone knows you have to pay for those titles. Not everyone wants to pay. Not everyone can afford it. A lot of federations will pay for your title because it's like, oh, you're becoming a GM? We'll pay for your fees to the World Chess Federation because you know what? That looks good for us as a country, as a federation, to have another GM. We'd gladly cover this, you know, small fee. It's not really small, you know, it's 100 or 200 euros or something. But most federations will cover it, but not all federations. Right? Imagine there's like an FM or an IM in Russia. You think they're gonna like cover the fees for the title? Like, they don't care. They don't care about you. So you'll see a lot of Russian players, they have no title, and they get better and better, and maybe they get all their IM norms, and they become over 2400. Yes, they're already an IM, but do they want to pay for their title out of their own pocket? No. They probably think they're good enough that they're just going to become a GM. They don't want to waste their time. Because FIDE will charge you for every single title. So it's not like GM, let's just say GM costs $100. Let's say IM costs $50 and FM costs $25. You pay $25, let's say, you get FM. Then when you become an IM, it's not like you pay $25 more. You don't roll over the $25 from FM to become an IM. You pay a new 50. And then you pay a new 100 when you get GM. So all in all, you know, FIDE's taking your money every step of the way. Right? So you can see why a player that is confident that they'll improve in chess and get higher titles, they wouldn't even stop to purchase, to pay the fees for the lower titles like FM, IM. You know, they're like, screw that. You know, I'll just pay for the GM fees when I get there. So that's why you have guys like Kramnik, for example. He's FM. The guy was obviously way stronger than IM level. But he's not going to waste his time paying for the IM title fees. He's just going to wait till he gets GM and pay for that. Save some moolah. So if you ever see someone who's like 2,500, but they're like FM or they don't have any title, just remember that those guys are Chads. Those guys are serious chads. All right, never forget it. Thank you to Bazmaniac for the 10 gifted subs. Yes, right, Salty. I think this goal was from a previous stream. Let's fix that. Let's fix that. Gotta keep it attainable here. Do you need to defend your title? Thankfully, no. Thankfully for me, no. Lekazula, thank you for the 15-month resub. Binary Machine, 25 months. And Malcolm Reynolds, 34 months. Thank God. So let's, for example, take a look at this, right? This is the FIDE list, right, of the strongest players in Russia, right? So, of course, you've got Jan Nepomniachtchi, right? Grishuk, you know, GM, right? GG, all GMs, right? Okay, we scroll down, we scroll down, we scroll down, we scroll down, and all of a sudden you see this guy. Right? Born in 1991, rated 2545 from Russia with no title. No title. Now, obviously, if he's 2545, he's probably an international master. Duh. I'm sure he's got 3 IM norms. I'm sure he's hit 2400 because he's above it. So, obviously, this guy must be like 1 GM norm shy of the GM title, and he just wants to go straight to that. Because this guy doesn't want to pay FM fees, IM fees. He's Chad. He's going from 0 to all the way to the top. You keep scrolling, and you know, in Russia, it's reasonably common. This is another guy. No title, 2500. So you can definitely do that as far as I know, Adam Hart Lover. I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense to, you know, dedicate your life to chess, reach the highest title, and then deny it, like not claim it. But I believe you can actually do that. However, this is what I'm saying. If you get to that point where you're like, you've achieved the GM title, but you just reject it, you don't claim it, then there will be a point, let's say if you become one of the best players in the world and you play in the FIDE candidates, they're going to force you to take the title. Because they don't want people in their tournament that are GM strength, but not recognizing the GM title. It looks like a little undermining to the World Chess Federation. It looks bad for like the press, because the press can't be like, oh yeah, there's this untitled guy, we never heard of him, he probably can't play chess. That's not the truth. The truth is that he's an insanely good player. So what are they going to write in their headlines? Insanely good chess player doesn't agree with the World Chess Federation. They don't want that. They don't want that. They're going to force him to get the title. So, when you play a chess game and you blunder, I've always told you guys, you know, don't admit it's a blunder unless you lose the game. If you win the game, it was a sacrifice. I think we can all agree with that. Now, if anyone asks you what your level is in chess, you can tell them honestly. And if they ask you about chess titles, just tell them, hey, I chose to decline the GM title. I just don't agree with the policy of paying fees to the World Federation for the title. I chose to decline it. And I stand by that. So there you go. That's your new line. I've got feelings. This is very common in Russia, as you can see. Lots of blank spaces there. Then FMs, right? These FMs are all like insanely strong. These are 2,500 FMs, like crazy strong. But eventually you get to the point where you just become the GM. Did the Canadian Federation pay for my title, Ubitsi? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Reality 8, thanks for the 35 months with Prime. Thanks, Reality. You beat a GM one-on-one, does that count for a norm? Well, Bassmaniac, it does count as a norm, actually. I'm assuming, of course, that you're talking about beating a GM one-on-one on a regulation-sized front lawn. If not, then unfortunately it doesn't count. But if you are talking about that, then yep, they recognize that. You're hyped for Norway chess? Yeah, some people were saying it starts today. Is that the case? Where's the old page here? May 28th? But is there like a game today? It's the 29th, so 28th must have been 28th must have been opening ceremony type stuff. There's got to be a game today. Starts in an hour and a half. Ooh, wait, it's Blitz today. Ooh, wait a minute. This is way more interesting than the classical. Ooh, hang on a sec. There's Blitz today. That's fun to watch. Obviously, I don't care about the climb. Too elite. Too much of a Chad to care about classical chess. TikTok has changed everything. It's all about quick, digestible interactions. But Blitz tournament. Okay. Starts in an hour and a half. And then the games every day are at 11. Yeah, Norway chess is exciting. Magnus is obviously in a particular form right now. Who's playing here? Magnus, Gucci Reza, Anish Giri, Wesley So, Big Hickey, Fabi, Mamajarov, Noterbeck, Gukesh, and Aryan Tari. Interesting. Jeff, how do you think your friend Aryan is going to do at Norway chess?
Well, he was going to spend the last 4 or 5 days after we left to prepare.
Okay.
So, and even while I was there, he was preparing quite a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, he has a second too. I don't think I can name him, but
Oof. Okay.
yeah, he's ready. He's gonna hit hard.
Do you think Aryan? There's been a proposition for a fair bet. Aryan finishes last place or he doesn't? Because it's a big field.
I think this year it's a very strong field.
It's super strong.
He was saying last year it was a bit weaker.
It was. It has been.
But I think he'll be second last.
Second last.
He'll do better.
Okay. Hello to Big Asios.
Hello
yes,
to
boys.
Asios. Yes, boys.
Asios, would you like to give your opinion as well? Will Aryan Tari finish in last place or not in last place? So any other place other than last? What's your prediction, Asios, as our Norwegian DJ on the ground, reporting live? And I make these comments with absolute and utter certainty that if I was in the tournament, I would score 0 goddamn points. 0. Not a chance for more. But it sounds like Aryan has a, second, taking it seriously. We like to hear that. Asios is going for not last place. Wow, big predictions from Asios. Okay, you heard it here first. Not last because he's been partying hard and should be 6th place at least. You know that there's no bias. Asios is an unbiased reporter here. Okay, we'll hold you to that, Asios. 6th place. Arian's been partying hard. Jeff says he's been preparing hard. A guy who's doing everything I would like to see do well. But we got a lot of the boys there, you know? Arian, Fabi, Giri, Faruja, Magnus. A lot of former Canada Chessbra players. Montreal Chessbra players. Exactly, Asios. So I'm kind of we might have to tune in an hour and a half to this Blitz tournament. Consider me interested. Old Man Winter. Thank you for the 28 months. Cheers for the Prime. Yeah, you know what's happened, Salty? And maybe you've seen our latest YouTube video. But, of course... Right? You know, back in 2017, we had this great performance. You know, a draw against Magnus in Rapid Chess. And then I think 2023, Magnus woke up angry and upset. He's like, no, like we can't have this record. We can't have this stand. This is one of my worst head-to-head records against anyone in chess. I'm not going to allow this. And there might be more losses headed my way in 2023. He clearly set out on a mission this year to probably reverse the score entirely. He's 2 out of 10 on the 2023 adoption. So I have to keep trying to avoid him for the rest of the year. But that's exciting. Okay, Norway chess is soon. Good to know. Svarog42, thanks for the 15 months. Welcome back. Oh, it's a great song, Asios. Great set. Are you playing this one, Asios, in your DJ sets in Norway? Such good vibes. Oh, why don't you play chess? I'm sure that's happening soon. I'm quite sure. Hello to Eddie. Medicated Mondays for Eddie the Endgame Magician. Wait, Eddie's here. Should we host a viewer tournament for Eddie? Eddie, you want to play a viewer tournament, buddy? I would never dream of starting a viewer tournament without Eddie here. Go, Eddie. You let me know, buddy. If Eddie wants a viewer tournament, we'll start the week off with a VT. I think there's some people here that wouldn't mind tangoing with Eddie the Endgame Magician. That as much as Eddie wants that time control, Ubitsi, I think it might be his nightmare. There'd be a lot of talent in that type of tournament. Oh, he's been around for a while, Lobo. We'll play some slower chess today, maybe a bit later. I think I will check in with the Norway chess Blitz in a little bit. What's going on here? But Eddie, you let me know, buddy. Viewer tournament. If Eddie wants a viewer tournament, we have to run it. He's been such a big fan of them lately, and he's definitely been gaining some rating from them. I'm gonna win this. You seem very confident, very sure of that. A5, yeah. Of course he does. Queen there. Well, guess what Buddy wants to do? It's like most predictable moves you've ever seen. I wonder. We can put the bishop back maybe and try to put pressure against that piece. I think he wants to put the queen here and go for b4. So what are we gonna do? Here, knight d7. It's a little annoying. Ooh, he's bringing the rook over. Now that's surprising, because now if I put my pieces like that, he really will be stuck. That's a surprising move. Now I think I can go here. It's not permanent, but... I mean, a4? What's really happening here? He's gonna do that, surely? Yeah, rook c8 was a little hasty, I think. But we still have to put up with a lot here. I think pawn takes, surprisingly. Knight takes, I don't know if I enjoy my a-pawn always being a target. So I might regret this, but I'm gonna go pawn takes. Queen takes, he can also move back. Knight's guarding it, but it can be kicked out at some point. It's not a clean pawn advantage, not yet. Not yet. Okay. So if we go pawn here, we are gonna get the two rooks, but my king just feels so open there. I don't know if I like that. Knight goes here. I don't like that. I want my f-pawn here. If he goes here, I might take the two rooks. Don't like how this has been trending. Stop that. Play rook here now. I suppose that's a move, yeah. I suppose that's a move. Little disturbing. Man, what are the chances something like that works? Of course, of course. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah. Rookie 2 is unfortunate. Had a good position, but yeah, I mean our position here is overwhelming. It's like +3. But Rook H4 is losing on the spot. Losing on the spot because I'm down on time, so even if I survive getting mated, we're still gonna lose. That's unlucky. Yeah, Queen F4 would also be fine here. Even trading like that, because I have this pawn, but I thought we could get away with this. Rook E2 is just gross. Gross. Yeah, Rook H4 is the only bad move we played the whole game. How unfair is that? We played 33 good moves and 1 not good move. And we lose. Unforgiving. It's a perfect game. Ow. Ow. Eddie would have won it. A few people maybe could have produced a better move than me here. As long as you don't play this, I think you're fine. Knight takes e2. Well, knight takes e2, queen takes f2. Black will take the knight on e2 with the rook after. My queen's hit. I got mates all over the place. It ain't that easy. Believe me, I didn't miss knight e2. Nasty Nick, thanks for the 2 months. Daero, cheers for the 5 months with Prime as well. So how come there's a video Magnus Carlsen crushed me with 99% accuracy or 98% accuracy, and then when I play with that same accuracy, we just saw what happened. I played a great game. I didn't win. It's unfair. Should be more winning than it is. It actually doesn't seem to do that much. Plays knight there, and I mean, it's good, but it should be better. Whoa, I thought knight there. I guess this makes sense. I feel like this should be better than it is. It's actually not that special. I've only got my queen here. It can't do much on its own. Knight is such a good defender of the king. Well, at least that's covered. And bishop d2 isn't possible. So what do we do here? Knight b4? Something feels a little off with my position. There's knight here. It's like, yeah, we have to move the queen. We can go here. We can also just go all the way back. Probably takes knight f3. You might try to do knight f3 first. I think it does work, but yeah, this makes more sense. May as well go for the imbalance because we have 27 seconds, so as much as maybe I don't want it, I think we should do it. F5 comes. Let's get ready to play that. I'd always rather play an endgame when I have like some seconds left. Ah, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. But okay, I wasn't expected to do much better than a draw there. Take a draw. Yeah, I definitely think when you're low on time, the more you play a middle game, the worse it is. Like, even if you're ever gonna win a position from one of those middle games, it's gonna be a long game. Yeah, this is coming or something. All right, let's go f4. A little bit risky, but I'll do it. He wants to play bishop here. Do you play this ridiculous move? I'll regret this one, I'm sure. I'll regret it, I'm sure. Here, maybe bishop back to h3. I mean, there's f5, but I don't think this is necessarily bad for me. Closed position, I have time to waste a few moves here and there. Yeah, knight a7, we'll just step back. And queen e2. Hang on a sec. Queen e2, knight b4. We don't like that. How do we do this? Yeah, queen e2, knight b4, bishop a6. This might have to be the way. Now, when he goes back, I'm not sure I like a4, knight a5, so I think I'm actually going to give him the b4 square. Looks weird, but I'll try this. Take it, perhaps. This is not crazy. I don't know how an endgame will go here, but can't be too bad. His bishop's in a weird spot because the queen's on e7, so the bishop's actually trapped. He might want to move his knight and put his knight on b4, but he just needs, like, he needs queen d7, he needs knight c6, he needs bishop b7, and then knight b4. And even when the knight's on b4, it doesn't do that much. It's good, but it's not, like, unbelievable. This, however, is somehow annoying, isn't it? Somehow annoying. I don't want to drop that pawn. Now e5 is hit. He's in big trouble here. Henry K. Daniel, thank you for the 500 bits and the gifted sub. Cheers, Henry. Monday energy from Henry. Good morning, buddy. Honeypot 1990, thanks for the 30 months. Yeah, we finally got one game. One win. Unbelievable player. How do we play around this? This looks surprisingly annoying. Don't like this. Don't like this at all. Oof. Yeah, I thought I could like make him play c5, but this is gonna be a really bad game. I don't really know how to develop here. Black's about to play these moves and then rook d8. Ugh. Disgusting. This is an issue. Oh my god, what? Huh? He's giving me that square? What? Never mind. Take it all back. That's really weird. Why would he do that? Are we joking? I can't believe he played c5. Giving my knight a square for no reason? I was mentally ready to resign that game. F5, F4, I think. Okay, hang on a sec. We're breathing some life in this game. I'm in shock by the move c5. I'm in shock. Ugh. It's okay. I have h3. Strong knights. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, that was a really disturbing game by him. I, for the life of me, can't explain c5. This move is crazy to me. This is another level. Like, my pieces have absolutely nowhere to go. Nowhere. This guy has nothing to do. This is so well defended. Like, I'm scrambling for a move here. Absolutely scrambling for a move. He plays this and it's like, okay. Now everything's fine. Now the knight gets into d5. Now we're okay. No, very lucky, Henry. I mean, I think the move c5, I mean, it might not even get qualified as like a mistake on chess.com, but it's one of those moves that I feel the weight of c5 was actually a bigger mistake than it was made out to be. Okay, thankfully they qualified it as a mistake. Oh, and look at the chess.com old game review. You see that? c5 is a mistake. This allows the opponent to take an outpost with a knight. That's exactly right, coach. That's precisely why this move is a mistake. Wow. What did we have? H3, knight. They probably won knight b5, knight d6 or something. That's okay, I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this. Knight d5, cruise control. Okay, here he was in, like, he needed to move the bishop now. He played this, which is a big mistake, and now if he moves the bishop, there's knight f6. So we go to a dark square, so there's no tricks with the bishop. Now he goes back because he sees knight f6, but now we triple. and now he goes back again. I mean, this guy was really, he didn't have a good grip on the game. Now he went back again to defend the rook, but now he's back in the knight f6 trick. Yeah. Oops. That was a weird game. That really was. That was a weird game. Jeroma. Jeroma 71. Not quite Eddie, right? Isn't the Aliakin gun queen behind the two rooks? What do they call this one? Two rooks with a queen in the middle. Hello, Stenio Rodrigo. I'm not very up to date with all the chess terminology. It needs a good name. Mannered Monkey. 93 months. And a tier 3 subscriber in Mannered Monkey. Welcome, Master. Thank you to MM. That's right, Salty. Mannered Monkey is one of the biggest chessbra improvers. You know, we look back on all the people that have come through the chessbra faculty, the chessbra system, and come out the other side. We have Jeff, who went in a strong player and is still a strong player, but improvement-wise has not made the strides that Mannered Monkey has. We also have Alan, who might be worse after all these years. We have Neil, who may also be lower rated after half a decade. So there are there are many people that don't compare to Mannered Monkey's improvement. Big Dan, that's another one, yeah. Big Dan has definitely improved, I would say, but no, there's a level that Dan just cannot cross. He's stagnated. Make some noise for Fred again. Such a great set. All right, I keep playing this set. I'm addicted. That's what I'm saying, Salty. But Neil's still 1300. But somehow Neil feels like he's improved like 500 points without his rating actually going up 500 points. So there's honestly a lot of value in that. Hello to Tim. Yeah, it's true. He's a OTB, brah. It's great to see people competing OTB. Manor Monkey, are you playing any over-the-board tournaments soon, sir? There seems to be a contingent reaching out to the National Open soon. I was wondering if you might be attending. Skeg, we need some big energy tonight, don't we, buddy? Some stars energy this evening. If you cheer against the Dallas Stars, then you actively cheer against group fun. Let it be known, on the record. No, Manor Monkey, I'm serious. There's a good group of people that will be attending. It's what, in a couple weeks, right? Mid-June for the National Open. I'm just gonna check it. Oh, June 14th, 18th. Yeah, exactly. Can you swing it, Mr. MM? What are the dates? 14th, 18th. So that's Wednesday to Sunday. But you can always play a different schedule. So you don't have to take as many days off. Yeah, I haven't studied in a few months. Oh, what are you talking about, Mannered Monkey? What are you talking about? Haven't you been hitting new highs? Haven't I been spotting like high 27s from Mannered Monkey in the chess.com pool? On the contrary, Mannered Monkey, I think it counts a lot. Eric will say the same thing. Whenever I had a peaking blitz rating, peaking bullet rating online, and I went to play OTB chess, I always did well. It's just a very good indicator that your chess is in a good spot. You're reviewing your lines, you're playing your lines, you're getting your positions. It's definitely not, you can't just like flag people and play bad chess and reach a new high rating. It just doesn't work like that. So I think it's a very good indicator. Of course, it's not the only thing, but I think it's a great indicator. Good place to start for determining, what shape you might be in for OTB chess. Will I be there? It doesn't look like it, Mannered Monkey. You know me, the old man isn't playing so much anymore. I went to the National Open last year though, Kurtz. I played their Blitz tournament. I think we like, I don't know, what did we do? Tie for first or something? Maybe we came second. I really can't remember. We won some beer money. But I had a really good time. Also went with, found a lot of Chessbrah lads there. So I had a good time, I had a good time going to the National Open last year. It was a fun trip. That's right, Boris. That's the one where that's the tournament where I got to hang out with Boris Brodsky. Ever the memorable event. Didn't I win $700? But $700 in Vegas, Boris Brodsky. Like I said, beer money. You know, it goes out as quick as she comes in. That didn't last very long. I have Jamming Jam. Definitely not something I would play, but I know Anthony Atanasov, I think, is playing that event from our channel. So we have some representation. I'm not sure who else is playing, but... Oh, Eddie says $700 in Vegas lasts 2 minutes. Oh, Eddie. Ooh, 94. That's an interesting move. I think E5 I'll play weird move, F4. I'm only thinking about my pawns being on dark squares here, to be honest with you. Yeah, I just realized C5, I can't take that. Just that's a big consideration here. That's a problem. That's a problem. Well, that may be the end of our game here. I think we're gonna have to take this way. Boy, that's not what we want to do. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, I really wanted to take here, but C5, D4 is just killer. Killer. Ouch. That's a concession, as they say. Big concession. Okay, now we have to take this disgusting position. Disgusting position and make it work. Nasty. So nasty. That's particularly fortunate. I thought he was gonna go up with the king. Couldn't quite predict everything. Almost. There should be two. It's like, wait, what? What is this? Okay, C4. What is happening? It's gonna transform soon. Hmm. Could go rook d8, but queen g3 almost certainly. Thanks Eviscerated for the 31 months. Tier 3, welcome back, buddy. Okay, the moves are coming. The moves are here. B5 doesn't do enough yet. Yeah. This is a frustrating way that he's playing right now. I don't like it. Seems like this is very lost. Wow. I may as well take this. If it loses, it loses. But whatever. We got no time, so we may as well take the material and pray. I guess here. We'd all be losing anyway, so I think it's a fair recommendation when you're lost anyway. Take the material, and if they find the win, they find the win. But they can make a mistake. Not a bad game in terms of a comeback, but certainly not going to be enough. It's like he does just enough to to win, just enough. But seems to play like his worst part is like the conversion or something. It's so demoralizing. I don't think either game was converted very well at all, but it's always enough that you know you're gonna lose anyway. So it really is maybe the best possible conversion in terms of the mental aspect of chess. It's like it couldn't be worse, but it's because of the time as well. It's always just enough to win. It's heartbreaking. But I think every time I play him, I do the exact same thing. Get solo on time. I mean, when you're playing a CM, you have to have the speed. It's like someone who's 2900 CM. The thing that they're doing right is definitely speed related, I think. We go F5. But I seem to fail to realize that every time. Should be 4. Maybe takes an F5. That might be crazy. Or at least unnecessary. He can just take it. Takes, queen takes c3, long castle. Could be worse. Could be worse. Hello, Tommy. Is that a Dangerous Strangerous update? Have we moved on from Hickey? Dangerous Strangerous is the new Hickey. Okay, well I didn't. Problem with this variation is we didn't calculate it, but just assumed we were okay. What's the idea here? This is covered. I want to play rook here and king back. Okay, rook b3, bishop back. Or maybe, I don't know, not d4. Maybe it works, but it's silly to play. Basically, I'm 2 moves away from having a position that I know is much, much better. For me, so what am I missing here? I don't think I'm missing anything. I could go here and let him take, but to be ultra greedy, we should probably defend this pawn. I just don't see any problem with that. I could take the pawn in the future as well, but I don't know if we would be that greedy. I want to play bishop takes knight, I think. Takes, there's knight takes. Let's be a little careful. Yeah, queen h6, rook e7. Rook e2, maybe also just fine. Yeah, rook e2, sure. Oof. Thanks, Wee Pizza, for the 20 months. Tier 3, Sophie Davis Chess. Thanks as well for the raid. That just came in. Thank goodness we won when people raided. We got to keep up impressions that we never lose. Thank you to Sophie Davis. I guess I'll play this. I'm only getting +4 for these games, and boy, they're stressful. Okay. Okay, this is telling me he definitely wants to play e5. c5 is a strange move, I think. Ooh, okay, don't like that move for him. Very happy to see it though, obviously. Knight just gets a rather obvious square. Okay, so this is a situation where I almost feel like the knights are jumping into one another. Like he wants to trade and put another knight there. So I'm kind of feeling like maybe I should keep pieces on the board. Or even if I take, I can play f3. Okay, I like my position. I really want to play bishop f1, opens the rook, guards this square, which, I don't know, could have some issues long term. And then f3, e4, kind of start to kick the pieces out. I just feel like these knights are awkward, right? If I play f3, the knight wants to trade or wants to go back, but it can do neither. I think that's really nice for me. Strange phenomenon, but I actually think I don't want to take it. Okay, if I go back, h4, then there's always knight g3, so I feel like I should play this move now while that's not available. Just go. Go, go, go. Bishop back to f1 soon. d5, I think I will consider playing. It has to be with the pawn. Okay, what's happening here? I guess he's gonna sack. I have h4 though. If I don't want to go quietly. I like that move. Take here. Queen has to take, and then h4 and take. Yeah. Still hate these positions. It's like better for me, but we always have to work. Probably, I was gonna say queen here. Yeah, I guess I have knight c6 after knight a4. e3. Oof. I want trades. Knight takes e4, I can take, and then I have queen d4 check at the end. Now he loses his anchor square on c5, and I think that helps me out tremendously. His queen also can't get over to this pawn, so he might think about something like takes and queen e7, queen h4, but it's very slow. There's no way that works. Okay. Why I didn't take here, I don't know, but it's because I was just talking about this, so I just automatically took, but that doesn't, of course, make any sense. I talked myself into making that move when it was never my intention to do so. Queen takes a4 was like winning the game on the spot. Now we have to play a very strange position. But luckily I played this quickly and he thought I blundered, and of course he blundered. Okay. Fortunate. But yeah, rook c6, queen a4, and the game ends. It's not what I meant to play. Not what I meant to do. Alright, I'll change it up. I'll go here. Last time I played knight c6. Was wondering why the hell bishop e4 was happening. I was like, I've never seen that move before. So that I don't even play knight c6. Barely, Spenny. Barely. Unsi, thanks for 26 months with Prime. Happy Monday, everyone. There is bishop a2, but I think it's kind of nonsense. We can take and take here. I don't know. I'm greedy. I'm greedy. Takes, takes, queen g4, bishop e5. I'm greedy again. Okay, so rook e1, meaning that if I take now, I can still do it. Because of mate. I can still take. I'm a greedy Guillermo this morning. Okay. How much are we gonna pay for this greed? I mean, I'm up so many pawns that I don't even mind, like, bishop d6, queen here, like, I just move my king. What am I up, 2 pawns there? So that's already fine. I'm up 3 pawns at the moment. That's a lot. That's a lot. We can also, of course, play queen d6, which guards everything. But I'm not sure if I actually want to play queen d6. Queen d6, rook d1. Just don't want to get in these positions where I'm like working to defend this pawn. Queen c5, bishop a3, queen c4. I can't castle there. I guess I have queen takes c2 as well, but no, no, that's too greedy. That's too much. It's too much. Let's just be happy with being up 2 pawns. Here or here. Huh? My next move was gonna be f6 and king f7. What the hell is that? You trying to help me out, my friend? Don't tell me I'm getting mated here. I won't believe you. I don't buy it. I'm not falling for that. Like queen d7, king there. No, now we're good again. That was a very strange move. Very strange. Maybe f4. Energy from him. I can see him playing f4. Okay. Maybe rook e7. Can also try to go queen d5, but do it next turn. I'm definitely expecting this move at some point. Queen h3 for the boys. Only move to keep the queens on. Oh, he's a queen h3 guy, that's for sure. Because here I thought queen f5 was coming next. Take with the bishop so we don't lose this pawn. Now we should be fine. Bishop trade, and we're good. There we go. Now we have king position. Our pawn's over here on light squares on the king side, so we're not worried. Not worried. Okay. H6. Let's play e4. Here, I thought I could play e5. Oh, we could play e5, take back, and go from there. Now, as for this move, this was not part of the plan. Well, maybe still pawn takes on d4. It's a great move. What else can we do? We can take on e4. Yeah, I think we should just take here. Keep it simple. Wow, he's really keen. Really keen. Here, there's 95. Can't use this square. If I play this, then I have to deal with knight a5. So I'm just trying to figure out how to make everybody happy. Let's go here and just go for the c file, I guess. The endgames will all be good for me, just because of the dark squares. So not like amazing, but good. Good. f6 is happening. Okay, I like to see these kind of slow moves. I like to see them. Now I can play king e3. That will relieve my knight of its duty. Okay, let's trade because... Oh, wow. We got a Chad over here. This move looks basically very bad because what, he's going to go back here and now play rook c8? Let's cover some squares the knight might have wanted to use. Okay, now the knight wants to go there, but I'm not going to allow that. I'm going to definitely play b3. g4. He can play knight b7, but it's a waste of... No, I'll just move my rook. Okay, let's play b4. Now the knight has a long journey to like get to c4. And I also have c5. To think about what to do here. To think for a sec. It's definitely a flag guy right now, which is fine. Oof. Odd. I mean, it's like, I'm about to play rook g7, play f6. Yeah, it's obviously a great game by white, but I don't know why he would make a draw with 3 seconds. The fear. The fear. Kavita123, thanks for 16 months. Welcome back. We have to handle the 1999 bras. That was a good result for us. Drawing with 3 seconds, I'll take it. It's a hilarious move. Okay. Not really sure what's happening here. A4, A6. Okay, I mean, but this is why even play that position? Interesting. I'm not sure what that guy's doing there, if I'm honest. I'm gonna end up having to move my queen back, but I think it's worth it. It's this move. What? Huh? Don't crack, my guy? The fuck? You good, bro? Very confusing stuff. Oh, queen trade. Uh-oh. I better be careful. Huh? So confused. Let's put our king here. He knows he's down a piece, right? He's playing like he's not down a piece, but he is. He's actually down the piece. I'll boot him out. Could be an idea to play that. Yeah, I'm kind of liking b3 here. b3, c4, b4, knight b3. Rook b1, knight d4. Okay, I admit that's a little weird. But this is fine now. Extremely weird player. It's like, why is he resigning now? Been down a piece the whole game. Swole19, thanks for the 5 subs. For the life of me, I couldn't tell you what the hell this move was all about. Bishop takes c4. Come on now. Come on now. That's what I was thinking, Henry. Just get in the way of the lines, you know, the diagonal. That's good enough to win. Thanks, Swole. Appreciate the subs, bud. I know, Squibs. I was just thinking that. The timing is great. Good timing. Norway chess Blitz about to start in a couple minutes. If they're on time. That's what the schedule said. My opponent says, hello, where are you from? And are you a GM? It's like I thought the GM title in the name and the Canadian flag in the name was some type of indication. He's a friendly guy. He's a friendly guy. Exactly, learner. Which is why I'm having the conversation. All right. Good games. Hoshim John, 1999. Wow, am I getting sarged here? Am I getting picked up? Said, hi, will we play? Where are you from? Are you GM? I said, I need to go. Good games. He said, can we play again? I said, later, sure. He said, do I have a WhatsApp? Really getting personal. I have WhatsApp, but only for girls. Sorry, master. Salmon M, thanks for the 89 months. Thank you, Salmon M. Welcome back, buddy. I'm a Norway chess Blitzbrah. Will they have the Blitz games here? It's impressive. Because Blitz is like notoriously very difficult to follow, right? I don't think they'll have the Blitz games here. It's possible they don't. We Pizza, I'm sure there will be. It was definitely a success, I think. It was fun to do. But, you know, last year, for example, we had the chess boxing, which was pretty much a big meetup. We also are going to Europe this summer for 2 weeks, right? So that's pretty much a big meetup. So I feel like we've been hosting enough large-scale events that people can all attend that are very similar in nature to the Mexico camp. But I'm sure we'll repeat that just in the future. We've had enough meetups and stuff like that since then that I feel like there hasn't been a need to host a specific one. But Eddie, that's a good thing. You have your passport for traveling now. That's just a general good thing. Now, when we make a plan, you can come last minute. Whereas before, that wasn't a possibility, right? You would have had to go through some hurdles, some hoops. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be games here. I don't think there's going to be games. Meta World Chess, thanks for the 13 months. Red Thorn, thanks for the 3 months. Yeah, We Pizza. Check our Discord for the full info, but we'll be there for 2 weeks in 4 different big cities, so. That's a shame. Maybe they'll get the games up eventually, but maybe I'll ask them if that's a plan. Huge Salty fan? Are there any new Salty fans? Because I imagine Salty may have had so many initial fans that there may not be There may not be people who didn't know about Salty before and are now impressed by his chess. You have to be a real Salty fan to know what his chess was like before and to appreciate the difference now. You know? Bigger Salty fan. There you go. Let's see here. Oh, the games are here, but I see what's happening. I see what's happening. It's a separate situation. There we go.
Buddy, I'm gonna get rid of this.
You have to undo all the laces.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I can't cut it off?
Well, you could like forcefully remove it, maybe with a hammer or something.
It's annoying. What is it? Is it like...
It's a top of a king or something? Or a queen?
Oh, it's a chess piece.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it's the thing that beeps when you... Oh, there's a chess... Oh. I thought it was those things that they attach.
No. I was talking about what a big fan I was of the touch in the video.
Oh, I only, you know, on the Norwegian, in Norway, I didn't get to... I only saw the flowers.
That's right.
I just watched the start. Okay, I'm gonna try these shoes. Try these shoes out.
Watching Magnus play, and then we got Magnus shoes on. Surely it'll help, surely.
All right. Well, this will help me get laid. You're telling me there's chess pieces on the lace.
Are you looking to maybe go on a few walks and
I'm going on some walks.
show off the legs?
Exactly. Yep. Okay.
It's a good look, you know. Magnus shoes, chess piece attached.
Perfect. Okay.
It's like a functional look.
Hey, Redson. Okay, I'll try this out and let you know how many ladies.
Yeah, let's keep the count.
Okay.
Have fun, buddy. So the games are here actually, which is good to know. I think we may see a repetition for the boys here. Yeah, this looks like a draw. Okay, what about Aryan? Big Aryan. Wow. What the hell's happening here? That's amazing. I think it was Rook F6. That's amazing. So takes, you make a queen, King G7, and white, of course, will go here. And they're saying that it's a draw because of Rook F6. And the queen can't guard this pawn, so black will take it and make some draw. That's unbelievable. Queen for rook down. Young Aryan didn't quite get that far in the old calculation. And I can't blame him one bit. Wait, is Magnus trolling a bit here? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Do you think it's because Eric left with the shoes? He was fine while Eric was here, no? Yeah, that's actually a pretty GG move. King c5. He's making a draw is ridiculous. What? I think the line was knight e2, knight g3, knight h5. So, is it he? What? So, if you go king c3, then I thought, of course, like, Geary needs to play king c3, right? And then if b2, it's irrelevant. You take with the knight and you just box the king out. Easy, easy win. So Magnus has to play this to try to go there. And then knight f2 to cover that square. So now black has nothing to do except this. And in here, I guess you could tuck your knight on h3 and go here. Not the easiest thing, but it's pretty common in these knight and pawn endgames that you use your knight to protect your pawn and eventually you give it up. Like, for example. Amazing. Are there any other more like intuitive wins here? I don't think so. Because you kind of have to play knight f2. Go Ellen Alien. He was winning? Well, white was winning for sure. Man, Magnus escapes. Escapes the grasp of Mr. Geary. Here we go. Okay, we got the Blitz event up now. Now we got the games. I don't know about you guys, but I just find Blitz still very entertaining to watch. Classical has kind of lost its luster a little bit for me, but Blitz is always fun. Yeah, I didn't even realize, we didn't even get a chance to look at Hickey's game last round. It was like a very quick draw. Not quick draw, but quick after we tuned in. It was already a draw where it was already over. I kind of believe you, Cripple Pawns. Yeah, I kind of agree. Feels like Geary would have won that against anyone else. It's just the Magnus effect. Actually, Magnus only wins tournaments because he doesn't have to play Magnus, the strongest player in the world. It's unfair, bro. Omnipotent Riff, thanks for the 3 months. Cheers, Omnipotent. Aryan lost the all-Iranian matchup, Jeff.
Really?
Fallujah Vitari. Round 1. Oof. But it's not the real tournament, it's just the Blitz event right now. You should be able to enable that Crypto Pancakes in your settings. Just, I think it literally says like enable arrows or something. It's just right click on the board. Waiting for round 2. What is there, 9 rounds of Blitz, I think? I guess everyone just plays everyone, right? There's 10 players? Yeah, 10 players, 9 rounds. Makes sense. Geary and Tari. Faruja Wesley. I mean, the tournament's so stacked that every game is it's pretty exciting. Nasty. They have a little bit of break, a bit of a break, I imagine, between the rounds. So what were the round one games? Fabi and Gukesh drew. And Hickey and Wesley also drew. Oh, I see that. You see that? A little brilliancy action. Wesley hitting us with brilliancies. Okay, Big Wes. That's a brilliancy? You gotta be joking me. You gotta be kidding me. Knight B2? I play this move in my sleep. You gotta be kidding me. A basic move that doesn't do anything. Chess.com's just handing them out. It's like the best move, but there's like other very acceptable moves to play. Exactly, Eddie. I tell you, when you guys look at the chess.com game review, all you see is, oh, that was a blunder. I didn't know that. Okay, interesting. Oh, that was a brilliancy. Wow, that's really cool. When I see it, blunder, I saw a blunder. Brilliancy, how could you possibly do that? It's enraging to look at the game review. For you guys, it's enriching. Consider yourselves lucky, fortunate that you get to look at the game review like that. Oh, smash factors. Did we get him? Did we get smash factors? Oh! Smash factors says knight f2 should be brilliant also. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Knight f2, brilliant as well. Well, you can't possibly say that it's brilliant. Can't possibly give a brilliancy to a move that allows rook takes knight. You just can't. Chess.com out here doing that. I'm calling the front office. I'm letting them know about that one. Can't have it. In fact, I think because this move doesn't work the way this move does is one of the reasons why this one gets a brilliancy. Unfair. All right. Let's not miss the next game here. Round 2. Which game looks interesting? Which matchup looks interesting? I'm gonna try to follow them all, but which game are we peeking for? especially because of potential openings. All right, congratulations. You guys suggested all 10 players in the first 10 comments. All right, awesome. Thanks, guys. Really fucking helpful there. Hickey's playing a London. We have to we have to spectate this. We need a Hickey update anyway. It's been too long without one. Okay, it's not really a London, but it's sort of transposing to the structure. Is the tournament online? No, it's face-to-face. And it's taking place in Norway, which is surprising given the name Norway Chess. It actually wasn't really a Trumpowski either, because White played knight f3 first. Black's planning to maybe take if necessary. Otherwise, like that. Take bishop d6. Yeah. I think very normal to take, and go bishop d6. Like, you know, white takes, go c3. But knight against bishop, and black has like b5, b4. I feel like the engine is always like, yeah, white's slightly better, but it's not always that clear to me. So, yeah, that move impresses me. I can tell you guys, in no game would I consider playing this move, and I can tell that if white just plays very, like, chill, whatever, that I kind of start to like black's position. It just looks easier to play with the knight. So c4 is a pretty high energy move. And I wouldn't consider it, like, even once. Takes, takes, takes. What happens here? d5 and rook e1, and then you already have a massive massive edge. Castle, and then yeah, in order to change the position from pawn on c2 to potentially pawn on c5, that's already kind of nice. Or even to give an isolated pawn, I think it already makes a big difference. c4 is a forcing move, yeah. I'm learning. I don't think I would have played c4 there. Now white is always going to stand better because that's a weakness that will be permanently attacked. Not like game over or anything, but I like the opening. What the hell is Magnus doing here? He's playing a fun opening. A miss. f4 is a miss. This is a little disturbing. Knight b1 being the best recommended move. Because Magnus maybe wants to go knight back, g4 in some positions where the queens are off the board. That could be strong. Yeah, Magnus is in his bag. b3 bag. Tari and Giri. Rattling off some theory for the boys. Hello to Valentinian. How are you, sir? So although you're losing a pawn here, what's the idea? You just fully ignore it? Takes, 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 and what? You say there's no threats, this is a permanent pin, queen's trapped, other than going back, and what? I don't know. I don't fully get it, I have to be honest. Magnus is stunned for a move after queen d7, it looks like. He's down to like 20 seconds. He does play knight b1, but that looks a little off. Magnus with 26 seconds. He's got the bishop on e5 though. So I think if he didn't do that, black would play knight g6. But now knight g6 runs into bishop takes d5. So bishop c4 looks like a move to try to prevent these moves. Somehow I would not be surprised to see this. It doesn't look that crazy. But Magnus is going to give the bishop up, play queen b2, and be a dark square, brah. Yeah, Magnus is already flipping this game, I think. Very impressive. It's like I don't know what I would have done differently. I really don't. This move is not that scary, I think, because if g4, you have knight going back. I feel like you need to play bishop c3 or something. Okay, so the rook's gonna swing over. a5 is probably a very good move. Yeah, the rook swings over. The king needs to go here, and I guess he needs to play d3. He'll just get an endgame and do that Magnus stuff. That's what it looks like right now. Tari has a rook and knight for a queen. Probably means he's not the favorite. Meanwhile, Hickey is doing Hickey things and winning. Okay, pressure here, but it's pretty well defended. Black has a pretty commanding position here, I would say. Yeah, this is a... Ooh, rook takes a4 was a stone cold blunder, I think. Knight c1 problem. Oof. Magnus is getting hurt here. This looks so rough. Knight on d3 is like brutal. The knight is not even in the game to be tricky. Like, the knight needs to move. Okay, it's joining. Rook c5, knight b3. Ooh, knight takes f5. Why did we allow that? Knight takes f5. What's going on here? How is he flipping this? How is he flipping this? That's crazy. That's what I'm talking about. It's like -6. How is he flipping this game? I mean, it's just bizarre how it happens. King b1, maybe? Yeah, rook a7, I suppose. Yeah, and he's gonna do this. There is knight e1 here. And I guess black can make a draw. Yeah, knight's coming to f3. I missed that, actually. He's got to play e4, d5. Okay, e5. But yeah, this will be a draw for sure. Black's pawns are so strong, actually. H2. Magnus really wants to win this game. Oh, did he mouse slip that? He mouse slipped king f4 and then won on time? Of course I'm saying mouse slip when they're actually literally in person. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? No, he took the knight, of course, and the DGT board is just bugging out. Oh, here we go. We got the game back. How many of you would be confident to win here? In fact, I bet you guys would lose this. I bet you guys would lose this. With black. Did Hickey win? Hickey won. It looked like a good game. Fabi lost. Tari lost. This is the last game, but it's not going to be up to date because they're playing so fast. Well, it looks like black found a way to win. There you go. The result's in. Magnus. What did he do? No, but this flip was crazy. I thought it was all over here. Like, I thought he was going to win for sure. So you know what's crazy is I was thinking in my head, knight d1 to attack the pawn and just take it. I'm like, how does he defend this? It's checkmate. That's how I would have lost. Right there. Wow. So weird. Yeah, I think the moves were king takes knight and then king there. I think the DGT board did something weird. There we go. There's all the moves. Now they're here. Yeah, there we go. Fixed. So this is how the game actually went. Very tricky. But, of course, should be winning for black. Just needs a lot of work. Pretty good technique. Queen b7, and then queen e4. Now, why Magnus didn't play e6? Or he did. He did play e6. Okay. I'm gonna say e6, king c8. Because now the queen is gonna give this check, and the king's gonna have to go backwards, which is, I guess, not a good sign. Okay. Yeah. Ah, Magnus kind of trolled it at the end, actually. He thought queen takes knight check, king takes knight check, forgot about king takes that pawn. So what happens if he would play this? For example. Like, I'm sure it's winning, but it's a little tough to, like, activate your king. It's something that I feel like the engine is like not very helpful. Not very helpful for. Like, what is the winning idea here? You know? I don't know it. I don't know it. But interestingly enough, Magnus actually played e7, thinking he had something here to make immediate draw. But what if he just moved his king and guarded the knight? The knight's guarding the pawn's guarding the pawn. It's like, can you ever do something there? Yeah, queen g5. Something like this. But in a blitz game as well, I'd be very unsure how to proceed. It's a very interesting endgame. But this looks like we've done a good job here. Wow, okay. What the hell was that? Turned into a very interesting endgame. Yeah, I guess that Aryan really should be making a draw here, but what the hell was knight c3? What was he thinking? Why not just defend this knight and the rook's defending that? Like, this should be a fortress. That's covered. That's covered. That's covered. What was he thinking with this knight c3 move? It's just insane. Yeah. That in actuality, it was not very difficult for Giri. Fabi lost to Mamedyarov. Oh, you see this? Mamedyarov is bringing out his blitz openings. Knight takes, knight takes. Hello? What kind of trash is this? I think I saw this in my 400 elo Slowbrah speedrun. Man, this is a really bad look, no? For Fabi. To lose against Petrov, knight takes e4. That's just a bad look. So wait a minute. Wait a minute. Fabi had this position. And did this for what reason? I don't know. But this is just a basic draw. I don't. That's so confusing. What? He had a hallucination, I guess. Hickey against Ali Reza. Yeah, Blitz does that to you. It's so easy being on the sidelines here, trust me. It is, you don't see the board the same way when you're there. Tari against Gukesh. Big matchup. Geary against Wesley. All right. Let's see Hickey against Ali Reza. Yeah, that wasn't a good look last game. Thanks, Ramen Roman 312 for the year with Prime. Palicio, thanks for the brand new Prime as well. 2 different journeys. We got one guy brand new with Prime, maybe a year in his future, and Ramen Roman a 12-month reset, also with Prime. Rookie 2 energy. I guess you could play 93, but just trades us so many pieces. Perugia is French. Well, Mike, I think you'd have to know by now that the flags that people have are the country that they play chess for, not necessarily the country that they themselves are from or even have citizenship in. Like, I'm sure you could name many, many, many players from around the world who play chess for a specific federation, but are not from that federation. Did you know that if Levon Aronian was playing in this tournament, that his flag would be the USA? Yeah, King H7, G6. Yeah, must be true, the truth ICC. If you said it, I believe it. I would love to keep watching this game, but I'm quite honestly pretty bored by it. Mamedyarov against Carlson. This is what I'm talking about, baby. I can't watch Hickey and Firouzja play some symmetrical theory. So the thing is, like, if you don't play this move, what are you really going for here? Yeah, because Black's about to play pawn there. Trapping the queen, literally no breaks for the pieces, nothing. So yeah, you have to play that, I guess. So here's the weird thing. If you take this knight, Magnus can't play pawn takes, right? Because you just trade everything and some pawn falls. So he has to play that, but obviously he can't play that because the pawn is just hanging on f5. So this looks like kind of simple rook takes f8 move. I mean, isn't black just dead here? There's definitely some endgames where, you know, the two pawns are not that valuable, but I don't think you trade queens here as white. I think you leave the queens on the board, which is really uncomfortable. How will Magnus, like, try to get his way out of this one? Yeah, Hickey and Ferrugia drew. I knew that game was super boring. Gukesh and Tari, I am interested in this game, but I still think Magnus's game is the most interesting at the moment. Yeah, 92 knight f4 is happening. It's like, dude, I don't even know. I don't know what to say. This looks pretty convincing. I didn't even notice that, Machakos, but yeah, you're right. 10 seconds to defend this. What's their time control? Is 3+2, I imagine? I mean, this just looks hopeless. I suppose here you have to calculate d4. I think it's winning, though. That's definitely what he's calculating, I think. Oof, King E8's a tough move to play. It's like, this is just too easy. He's got to play like knight e3, queen f4, and just be two queens versus queen knight. It's like the only way to even play. But it's of course a joke. Two queens is over. A loss for Magnus. Again, back-to-back Blitz losses. Ugh, it's not his Blitz tournament, is it? Aryan won, by the way. Big Aryan. This was a great game. This was a great game. And then Fabi and Norderbeck are the only games left. And Fabi looks like he's getting involved. He's getting in there. This game is going to have a lot of like blunders back and forth. I can tell you that. Almost every move here might be a blunder. Queen h3 he's going to want to try. I guess there was queen g5. Oh my god, what the hell's happening here? Maybe rook there. He's going to play king there and queen d4. Oh my god, what's happening? This rook is out of the game. Ooh, queen there is not possible. Ooh, rook a1. Oh, sorry, this was hanging. But I guess rook a1, yeah, was check. Still surprised he didn't do it. This is an insane game. Yeah, queen e5, and he wants to play rook there. Rook there is happening, I think. Then Black's king starts to say hello. Wait, what happened? White won after black's move? Did he not make the move in time? Something. He must have lost on time. Only explanation. That's what the DGT boards usually don't pick up. So he must have lost on time before he made this move. And then obviously it still shows up on the DGT because he made it, but he didn't have time to press his clock. Magnus with 2 losses back to back feels bad, man. He doesn't do that very often. Like, period. What are the next round games? Hickey and Fabi. Oh, that's always good. Giri and Ali Reza. I literally have not spectated a Wesley game. And knowing how Wesley operates in these tournaments, he's probably in first place or something. Oh, he's close. He's right behind first place. But this is what I mean. You never like pay attention to a Wesley So game, and then the guy's in like first place. Killin' Duff, thanks for the 21 months with Prime. How can you see the standings? Well, you could look at the screen, or you could go to the Norway Chess Blitz event yourself on chess.com, and then you could click to this thing that I'm on, and you could watch it on your screen, and it will look the exact same. So 2 great ways to see the standings. Yeah, Magnus in last place is surprising. Very surprising. Like, what? I know it's only been 3 Blitz games, but still. If someone had a bet Magnus to be last place after 3 rounds, I mean, they would get insane odds on that. How many more rounds? 6, I think, right? Because there's 10 people, and they just play everybody once. That's true, dude. 950. It is true. Okay, so Magnus is last right now. 6 rounds to play. Who thinks Magnus will finish in first place? Like, as a legitimate prediction. Because I don't think his form is indicative right now. There's only 6 rounds left. So his maximum score is 6.5 points. Mamedyarov can score 6.5 by scoring only 4 points out of the next 6, which is still very tough to do. And everyone else would have to score 4.5 out of 6. Who's at 2 points right now? And obviously, I'm talking about Maddie's winning literally every single game from here on out. He still has to play. And by the way, he's played Gukesh, right? He's played Mamedyarov, and he's played who? Norderback? Who did he play? Giri. He played Giri. So he still has to play Hickey, Wesley. I mean, like, he still has to play Faruja. I mean, some super, super strong games coming for him. Give me the next round. Give me the next round. Fabi Hickey. I agree, Elo Noob. He's definitely changed over the years. I think he's refined himself a little bit more lately. But yeah, he's always been like that. Always fun to watch. Berlin draw. We'll see. Do you remember our Big Shaq song? I think it was Norway Chess. What was it? Back in like, let me see if I have this in our archive somewhere. One sec. Do you guys remember we were covering Norway Chess? We were doing commentary. I think this was 2017. Might have been 2016. I want to say 2017. And it was whichever year Shaq won the event. And whatever we played was like this. What's this? We definitely had some like we've made some, okay, I can't find it. I have all the little bits and pieces of that song we made, but it was a catchy song. Big Shaq, the one and only. We made a little remix for when he won the event. Waiting for round 4 to start, eh? Come on, guys, go sit down. I think it starts in a minute. What do I think about the Celtics now? It doesn't matter, dude. Like, I don't really care. I've never cared who would win that series, but as I told you, I'm getting destroyed in fantasy because Beacon has players left on the Celtics and the Heat, and he's just collecting free points on both sides every single game, so I needed like a 4-0 sweep to even have a chance. I would honestly, at this point, to be perfectly honest with you, I'd rather see the Celtics win because I want to bet on the Nuggets to win the finals. And if the Heat win, then the Nuggets will be big favorites. If the Celtics win, then the Heat might be, or sorry, then the Nuggets might be underdogs, which I would be very happy with, betting wise. Like the odds on the Nuggets are going to be so much more interesting to bet on if the Celtics win. So I actually would probably rather the Celtics win. But in terms of how funny it would be if the Celtics choked it out at home after coming back from down 3-0, I know I'll be entertained no matter what. Like, I will be very, very entertained by the result of today's game, regardless. I am really looking forward to it. The memes on Jimmy Butler will be crazy if they lose. But it'll be funny regardless. Okay, Hickey seems to be playing this Bishop G5 stuff almost every game. Yeah, Knight F3, Bishop G5. Or in this case, he did Bishop G5 first. You think so, Real T-Money? Yeah, that's what I'm hoping happens. That's my prediction. But yeah, for people that believe that, it only makes sense that you'd rather the Celtics win, because if we're gonna beat anyone regardless, trust me, you're making a lot more money, getting way better odds betting against the Celtics than betting against the Heat. 105-98, Celtics win today. No habla inglés. Here's the thing. If you want us to celebrate you, if 105-98 hits, then we also should be allowed to ridicule you if it doesn't. At equal odds, of course. The likelihood of it hitting and not hitting are exactly equal. If it hits, good job. If it doesn't hit, you suck. Completely fair bet here. Thanks, Shaved Deer, for the 38 months. Shaved Deer. That's a very specific name. I feel like with a name like that, you may be able to apply to work at Twitch. I think they have a few animals on their staff. This is a interesting game by Naka. I mean, he played Bishop Takes Knight, a move I wouldn't even consider. I understand it a little bit if you could play knight against bishop, like trade these knights somehow. But this is just better for black. Well, no habla inglés. I'm betting on Dallas. I don't like betting when Dallas is home. The value is not as good. But I have a lot invested in Dallas. Them winning tonight and winning the series in general would be huge. Group fun in Dallas. You're watching official commentary, you Bitsya? Are you sure you don't want to listen to my commentary? We've got the Hickey Fabi game up, and I'm talking about the NHL Group Fun playoff box in Dallas. Why aren't more people tuned into this? What's going on here? Okay. F4, wow. I wouldn't even consider F4. So my instinct is like, take, but okay, I understand how that's a little bit of a concern. Usually when the bishop's here, and what would have happened here as well, is like takes, the queen moves somewhere, and then I thought knight g3, I don't know, to cover this. Maybe rook c8 and then knight g3. But this is very normal when the bishop's here with the pawn on f4, because you can't play g5, the knight pops in f5, and it looks like Magnus got that in a slightly different way here. Knight e4, knight takes e4, loses the game on the spot. So what's happening here? Naka is like just slightly worse, but of course very, very even in his game. Wesley and Gukesh. Wesley, massive time advantage. Magnus games are always exciting, though. Hey, Boris Brodsky. I think you might need to refresh. I've changed that title a little bit ago since we started watching these games. Who do you like in the hockey game tonight? No habla inglés? Anyone betting on the NCAA college lacrosse? What the hell? Valentini, are you turning into Eric? Are you turning into Big Chief? Betting on the like Chengdu Tigers in like women's Japanese baseball? What's going on in this position? Queen e8's a very disturbing move. Oh, bishop d8's a disturbing move. Nasty. Ooh, okay, rook c7. That's why it was so bad. That's why the move was so bad. Ooh. Ooh. That's disgusting. Knight takes, maybe f5, FIDE. f6 looks... I mean, I like the pawn here, personally. But f6 could be just a very nasty move to face with low time, because you know that this guy is going to be targeted, and yeah. Yeah, knight d5. I mean, take the rook first, but knight d5 is coming. Knight there, maybe queen c4. Careful. But if you take first and then go there, queen c4, I guess there's knight e7. Yeah, he wants to go there first. That's pretty nasty. Wow. It's an interesting move. I don't know how good it was. I guess it was good. Right? Takes. You make another queen, but why wouldn't black want this? This is a pretty good trade. You just got rid of the F pawn for free, right? Why wouldn't black take that? He was so shocked by the move, I guess. Oof, Ali Reza is trying to say hello. This is disgusting. Oof. Magnus. Well, he started off with one of his wins, right? I told you needed 6 of them. Aryan is making his draw. Aryan is not making his draw. So, if you played c7, what was the problem? Okay, here c7. So if you play c7, the problem is rook here, rook takes, and what? Does black just win that? Like, is black just too quick? Ah. Yeah, this might be quick enough for black, but no, it's g2. Uh-huh. This is the problem. So how the hell are you supposed to make a draw here? Wow. Only move on the chessboard, really. If any rook move, then you take the pawn, and then of course if the pawn moves, you go there. Hickey flagged? Wait, Fabi dirty flag Hickey? Or I don't know, this doesn't even look like a dirty flag, he just timed out. Wow. Hickey getting flagged by Fabi, yes. We missed a lot of the games though. They went pretty quick. Magnus had a very entertaining game. What the hell happened here? See, this is what I'm talking about, man. Wesley cannot be stopped. This guy's so good. But you just don't even like think about it. I still to this day, as in to this day 4 rounds in to the tournament, have not spectated a Wesley So game. Because they just look like uninteresting. But then he's like literally beating the entire field. I haven't looked at any of these games. Somehow he's just winning. Oh, a little B4 from Ali Reza. Okay. Okay, King. Ooh. Queen D2 is a bit of a mistake. Ouch. Man, these games. Hello to Valentinian. Aryan is now in last. And Magnus is moving up. Mamedyarov won again and Wesley won again. So Magnus is going to need people to start losing. Is the event one day only? This is Blitz, so yeah, I mean, it'll be over very, very soon. In the next hour and a half or so. Hey, Darkbone. I'm just looking at the Norway Chess Blitz event. I always like spectating Blitz. I think it's very fun. The format confuses you. So I think they explain it in the Norway Chess tab. Isn't it fairly simple to understand? Like this is a lot of stuff. But I think it's just basic, like 3 plus 2. Hello, Eric. Did I try Chess Played Quick? No, I didn't. I kind of forgot about it. I think it was 960 or something. But I didn't even sign up to the event, so it wasn't like I signed up and then didn't play after. I didn't even sign up. But I never feel like they advertise these Chess Played Quick things well enough. It's kind of like luck whether I remember to play them or not. Rui played it. Go Rui. Yeah, I didn't remember it at all. With Norway chess Blitz starting today, didn't expect there'd be fucking chess played quick as well. But this is not that difficult to understand, right? It's just regular Blitz. Like, they don't even need to write this. This is normal scoring, normal Blitz. There's 10 people, you play everybody once. The final standings of the Blitz determine the seeding for the classical event. So if you do well enough in the Blitz, I imagine you'll probably get maybe extra white pieces or something. Seems to make sense. But this is only the Blitz. The classical is maybe more convoluted, but that's not even happening today, so... So whatever. Magnus Carlsen, 5-time Norway chess winner. Well, that's pretty damning evidence. Magnus and Fabi. Another Wesley So game that somehow I'm going to forget to spectate. Hello to Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd, you have an interesting message history in the channel. You seem to disappear and never type in the channel when Vegas loses. Here you are, you've resurfaced a couple days later. You got your schedule changed. Wow. That's really, that's crazy timing. Your schedule never affects Vegas wins, but it was changed. So inconvenient that you weren't able to be in the channel for the, for the Vegas losses. Damn. Well, I tell you, Pink Floyd, I've really missed you. I've really missed being able to tell you that Dallas is coming back to beat Vegas in 7 games after Vegas was up 3-0, and I'm glad you're here to be able to hear that. Go Dallas! Take out those Vegas cucks. Magnus and Fabi sat down. It'll be a fun game no matter what tonight, Pink Floyd. In Dallas, 3-3 would be something. All right, Fabi and Magnus. Surely the game to watch. Surely. Fabi just beat Hickey. He was on time, but he still got the dub. So, I mean, usually, I think the line is d6, d4 takes. White's a bit better. Slightly. But e3 has the idea to try to take the center with the pawn. I play this variation as well with black, but never goes super well. Wesley and Shaq already made a draw. The two leaders of the tournament. Technically, if you guys are interested in watching comebacks, like Magnus maybe winning first somehow, that's a good result. You're happy to see that. No game is more interesting than this one right here. This is the one. I saw that Magnus is wearing his Puma shoes as well. So he's ready. I wish I could even say that, Darkbone, but even this draw, the one they did, I've seen before. Sadly. Even that doesn't impress. Okay, b5 for sure. Actually, no, I guess rook b1 is playable, but seems to hand black the a file for no reason. b5, maybe d4, takes knight a4. I don't have to take, you could just go knight a4 right away. Yeah, maybe knight a4, but I feel like taking knight a4 is kind of supposed to do that. Who's gonna win this game? Well, after seeing knight e4, I think black has a huge advantage in the sense that, not that white's dead lost, but in terms of the practical play, it feels like only black can play this for a serious advantage. b6 energy. f5 for e4 d3. Well, now black, I think, has a very comfortable position. f3 takes. You'd much rather play black's position. Hey, Ubitsia, you're correct. 91 knight d3. f5's an unpleasant move, though. Unfortunately, he has to take this way, which I'm sure he's not thrilled about. Now, if he plays f4, white's gonna probably play c5. I'm not sure he can get away with it. I think he can. Because if black plays f4 and black plays knight c5, it's over. Black's winning that game 10 times out of 10. But I think that move is a bit annoying. Knight c5, he can get it. If he did it right now, then white could take the pawn because e4 is covered and the knight's not on d3 anymore. But after this, I don't know, will we see like a4? What's black intending here? Maybe rook e1. It's clear what he's looking to do. Knight there, he didn't like bishop g5. So no matter what white does, rook e1, a4, he wants to play knight f6. You can tell. Ugh. This is such a nasty position for black to be in here. He's got a big advantage right now. All other games... Well, Firouzja Gukesh looks wild. Giri Naka looks maybe a bit better for Giri, but kind of even. This is by far the most exciting game, I think. Nasty from Magnus. You can never take because of e4. I'm expecting that Fabi's going to play c5. I really am. It's like, how do you not play like this? Yeah, a4, now c5 next. See, you kind of want to play like bishop g6 and put more pressure, but then you allow pawn takes and it hits the bishop, so at least white has time to react. Okay, we finally see this. It's hard not to play this for black at some point, like in order to make progress. So the queen moves, and after e4, there's going to be knight f4 to hit the bishop. But because the queen went back to e1, isn't this pawn just falling here? Yeah, okay, I guess you can keep the bishop. I was looking at bishop c5 like, yeah, who cares about this bishop now? Wait a minute, what? He really took that pawn there. I see. Fabi's a sneaky guy. I didn't even notice that. Honestly, didn't see it. Takes. What happens? Takes. Bishop c5. Well, e3, I think, was good there. You know what? I don't think he wanted a position where Fabi could sack the rook for the bishop. I think he wanted to be able to take c5 without that happening. This is very unpleasant. a5 drops the pawn. So it's like he's probably going to trade rooks here. But man, living off plus 2 seconds increment. Ugh. g5 is about to happen. He wants to play b6. Don't underestimate, you know? Here, b6 ideas. b6. This is much... I mean, I think this is a big achievement for Fabi. Playing b6, Fabi has... In my opinion, he has serious chances all of a sudden. Whoa. Oops. He needed to move this knight. Oh my god. That just flipped. Because, yeah, bishop d5 is game over. Ouch. Yeah, he's going to resign. No, but here, his chances must have been the best that they were all game. His bishop is not very good on b8. You never really want to take, of course. So now white leaves the bishop there and just plays these 3 pieces against these 3. I thought his chance was the absolute best here that it's been the entire game. Well, Magnus is starting to do it, guys. Any believers? First place. Knight versus 3 pawns. Yeah, black is the one that wants to trade the queens here. Oops, Gukesh. Allowing a queen trade, surely winning for Firouzja. Surely winning. The knight is the worst piece to get a pawn. The worst. King e5 doesn't work, though. Magnus versus Hickey? I'm not sure, actually, the exact pairings. Wow, Firouzja probably expected to be winning this. White should take. Yeah, and this should be a draw because, like, the knight will be able to establish itself. The h-pawn almost never beats the knight if there's just enough time for the knight to give its checks. I mean, I would love to know why the knight didn't start moving closer to the pawn immediately. Absolutely nothing that I just witnessed makes sense. Okay, black just won the game, but this is like amateur hour. Okay, take the pawn, sure, but here, why don't you already start moving the knight closer? Just like, check, let's say, you move the king, knight here, right? Just, why don't you bring the knight closer to the pawn? He took and then made like 5 king moves before he realized he should move his knight, and then he just lost. Makes no sense. Hello? Okay, knight here, let's say king here, right? This is such a classic way. The knight always stops the pawn. So you go here. If the king goes here or here, you leave your knight there. The pawn's not going anywhere. So the king has to challenge your knight. If they challenge you here, you go to h5. If they challenge you here, you can go back to g7. If they go here, then you could go to g3. You could even go to f4. It's all the same thing. If the king goes like away, you can go to h5. The king goes to g5, knight e6, and we've already been here. The knight's just going in a circle. Right? So eventually you'll get a position that looks like this. And it's like, oh, you can't stop the pawn. You have to move your knight here. And if the pawn goes forward, you fork the king and the pawn. And this pattern, the circular pattern, will work no matter where the pawn is. The pawn could be all the way up here with the knight on h2 and it would still be a draw. So tell me why this grandmaster, who's significantly better than me, isn't like bringing the knight somewhere like close to the pawn. Why is he? Okay, no need to take. Okay, now we can move the knight in. Right? That's like, huh? He didn't move the knight once. And now it's like... Wow, that's remarkable. I don't know, man. Magnus Hickey is next round. Magnus and Hickey play next. What games did we miss? Firouzja won, which is insane. Naka and Giri drew. We saw Magnus beat Fabi. Arian lost to Norderbeck. Mamedyarov and Wesley drew, which means the standings are Mamedyarov, Wesley, Firouzja. Those guys are clearly having the best event. And Magnus is already tied for 4th. Already tied for 4th. What? Remember when he was in last place? You guys remember that? That was a long time ago, huh? He just went from 10th place to 4th place. So, he's playing Hickey right now. Also, Mamedyarov and Firouzja are both playing right now. So, 2 guys who are ahead of Magnus. Do we believe in the Magnus Carlsen first place finish? Remember, Magnus can only get 6.5 points. That's his maximum. So Mamedyarov's at 4 points. As soon as he gets 2.5 out of the next 4, he's got tied first at least. And of course, Magnus has to keep winning. By the way, the one thing that I don't know if anyone's watched the chess.com coverage for this event, but also lately in general, they've had Judith Polgar giving commentary on some events. In my opinion, top notch. Top notch. Judith is so fucking strong. I've been enjoying her commentary. Great addition, IMO. Not everyone can do the commentary thing either, but Judith is Judith can compete commentary wise in terms of the chess strength with just, I mean, any commentator. I think it's a nice addition. Yeah, she still feels very sharp in chess calculation. Naka white pieces, Magnus with black. Wow, big prediction there, Kush. You think Naka is going to beat Magnus with the white pieces? Judith's not competitive? Like, you mean she's not playing competitive chess right now? Me and Judith, 2 similar people. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that so many people like Peter Leko. Personally, I don't mind him, but I think his commentary caters to higher rated players just naturally. I don't think he necessarily breaks down basic points well. So in an elite event, I think I can appreciate his commentary a lot, but I'm definitely surprised to see so many people find his commentary interesting, because I think he commentates a little bit differently than most. Definitely is geared towards higher rated players. That's true, Realty Man. I forgot. You guys are all very, 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 very strong yourselves. Yeah, exactly. I forgot about that. Like, Peter Leko's understanding is very, very high, which is why I really enjoy listening. But it definitely doesn't, it feels more of like a technical aspect of commentary. And if I was watching like a, I don't know, an NBA game or an NFL game or something, I feel like he would be the guy that comes in and explains like very nuanced points about the game, or maybe talk about the history of the players and, you know, sort of like facts that people might not know about them, underrated things about certain players. You know, I very much feel that he's the color commentator, not the play-by-play. Because I guess in some sort of time scramble or maybe during a Blitz event, I do not think I would enjoy listening to Peter Leko doing the play-by-play. Whereas someone like Danya, you know, he's used to playing quick games himself and commentating on his stream, and he's used to covering Blitz and speed chess events for chess.com. He's got such an experience commentating time scrambles, and like, you know, he will usually be a better commentator for those situations. Just like bringing you the entertainment and the excitement and like getting you excited about the fact everyone's low on time, but still saying things that actually make sense on the board. In a perfect world, like perfect commentary world, you have like, you know, a commentator that is there for like the slower portion of the game, and then you bring in someone else for the time scramble. That'd be the GOAT commentary team. Oh, the beta awaits the alpha. Okay. Magnus is late. Okay. Go Magnus. Chad, no? Magnus is at the board and he's just adjusting his pieces. In no rush. So what is it? You know, pretty much 30-second time edge. Wow, who remembers this sound? Everyone should know this sound. Everyone from my generation, at least. That's right. That's right. Hickey, clearly, by the way, he's been playing d4, bishop g5, knight f3 every game. He has a system that he's just playing for this event. You can tell. think queen c8 is like normal, but at this point, can you play bishop d7? I'm used to this as a London, so the knight would actually be on f6 here. But with the knight on e4, I think you can probably get away with this. Usually with knight on f6, knight e5 is a very strong move, but I think you can get away with this. Queen d7 now. And who else is playing? Arian versus Fabi. Wesley's probably going to win again. Oh yeah, and Alireza and Mamedyarov. Maybe king takes d2, Chad, no? Wow. That's a bold move from Hick. King takes d2. Are we for real right now? Look, I get the move, but for me, if f6 is playable, I hate king d2 because it's like you can't force knight e5 to happen. Makes no sense. But if there was like a knight on f6 or I don't know, some piece there, and you knew you were getting knight e5 no matter what, maybe I could get behind it. But no, this looks very wrong. Very wrong. Bishop takes, pawn takes to guard the pawn, or maybe you don't even have to. E5, and then bishop c5. I mean, this is a dream position, isn't it? He's gonna go rook d1 and shuffle the king slowly there. Yeah, he can get out of this. It's not completely dead. Also, if b5, it would be almost the queen trap. He's got to take here. Almost the queen trap. Knight a5, but there's queen takes a6. This is the best possible structure against these two pieces, literally. Can we flip the board? No. I want you to enjoy this position from Hickey's perspective, Darkbone. I want you to experience what Hickey experiences. POV, bro. So what does Hikaru actually want? He wants black, I believe, to commit that move. E4. So that he has like a d4 square. And if you ask me, he's made some achievements here. This pawn is being hit, right? And he doesn't want to play e4, or he can't, for many reasons. So I actually think that was an achievement. Knight, like g5, maybe a little careless. Knight b3. He's definitely done well. Now, there's a specific position here, which bishop takes, pawn takes, could be really, really bad because that bishop just does not participate in the game. Also, if you play rook c8 here, I think you can take. Because if you take the rook, you lose this with check, and then you lose your knight. So, definitely some flipping happening here from Hikaru's point of view. Magnus, I think, was a little bit sloppy with g5. Thanks, Philio88 for the prime sub. Paying Floyd with 100 bits. Cheers, Floyd. He's really thinking here. I mean, it's unpleasant, right? So he's sacking a pawn by doing this? But okay, I guess he'll play rook there, try to go like that. King e7 is a crazy move, yeah. Takes, knight g5. Trying to make this work. Yeah, bishop is not a great piece. I'm not gonna lie. After takes, he wants to play pawn takes, though. And which piece is actually trapped? That's what I want to know. This looks really bad. This knight is permanently trapped here. Rook c5 to cut the king makes sense to me. And after f5, I think you can play bishop g3. h4, I mean, maybe you could even put your bishop back on h2 to keep everything stuck. But bishop g3 looks very playable here. Yeah, bishop g3. Now there's bishop h4 ideas. A knight on h3. Nasty. Black for sure will have to do something like this. Best they can do. Lose a pawn there. And the rook endgame looks nasty. Ali Reza beat Mamedyarov. That's very good for the Magnus first place believers. I'll tell you what, this game is not good for the Magnus first place believers. This game looks like a Hikaru special incoming. Are we going to see the Magnus effect? Look at this knight. This is what I said. Instead of bishop takes, bishop back. This is not so easy. Hang on a sec. Is this being flipped? Now the king gets into g4? The king's saying hi. King g2 forced. Ooh, that bishop's trapped too. Hang on, this is now anyone's game. Rook g2. Anyone can win this for sure. The bishop is so bad. So bad. Don't play that. That's all I know. Don't play h3. I mean, all these white pawns look like they're going to disappear. We're not getting the move here. I wonder what he played. Probably king takes e3. This is a Magnus special right now. Oh my goodness. This looks nasty. Is he gonna make this work somehow? Huh. I would assume black is winning this. But Hikaru is defending very well. Like, very, very well. No, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. Magnus beating Hickey in impressive fashion. Literally, I mean, he's basically down a piece, and then he sacked it properly. That Magnus face, though. Oof. Oof. That Magnus face, though. Ouch. Wait a minute. So Magnus won again. Is he actually going to do it? Is he going to win first place in this damn tournament after starting off the first 3 rounds? He was in last place after 3 rounds. This was nuts. Like, I don't know how this is close to a draw, because it seems like no white doesn't have anything to do. Just impressive. Very impressive. And what happened with the rest of the games? Fabi beat Tari. Wesley actually lost the game. Holy cow. Didn't know it was possible. Ali Reza won. Oh yeah, this looks like an unpleasant position. Yeah. Actually not a difficult game. And the standings are Ali Reza, first place. Mamedyarov, second place. But now, although Magnus is in third place, he's tied with a few people. Now he's only a point off first place. So the next round is super important. And let's not forget, Magnus still has to play Fallujah. He can still catch up. So Fallujah is like on a serious streak right now. But Magnus still has to play Fallujah. And there are how many games left? 3. 3 games left. Magnus is a point behind. He can still catch people. But obviously Magnus has to win every single game. He can't draw, he can't lose. Against Hikaru, he was like so much worse. I thought at the minimum he's getting a draw. And he'd have to beg for it. But anything can happen in Blitz. Thank you, Chicken Pants. Tier 3, 26 months. Go Stars indeed, buddy. Go Stars. Vinzes, thanks for the 29 months. Go Magnus. And Ruzzle, 26, 38 months. Anything can happen in a chess game. So Magnus plays Tari. This is obviously a big game. Tari's in last place in the tournament, RIP. But he can still destroy Magnus's event. Big Aryan, he can be the spoil sport. I've been enjoying the music. Our buddy's Pan Pot. This is the set that started with the THX sound. Tari will lose for sure. Interesting. You sound certain. How have your predictions been doing, Kush 2023? You said that Hickey would be beating Magnus, no? To be fair, that was probably the right prediction. That was the result that deserved to happen, that's for sure. The way Magnus flipped that game around is actually crazy. It hasn't yet, just call me Remco, but it will be. Free Fly Skydiver. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Hey, welcome, buddy. I am probably going to do a little bit of the Slowbrah series today, but the Norway chess Blitz was on. I was like, man, can't miss that. Next round, Magnus versus Arjen. And by the way, Magnus still has to play Wesley, right? He still hasn't played Wesley. So he has Wesley and Firouzja still to play. Is that correct? Yeah, so he plays Arjen, then Wesley and Firouzja. And Wesley and Firouzja are both, well, Wesley's tied with him right now, but technically they're both ahead of him in the standings. So big final pairings. He can definitely catch Firouzja here if he wins against Arjen, and obviously Firouzja has to keep winning as well. Mamedyarov has Anish, Gukesh, and then Hickey as the final pairings. Tough, no matter what. No easy games here. Thank you to Million30, 62 months. Great to have you back, Million30. $62. On to year 6. You know, those are the most important resubs. People hit 60 months, 5 years, you figure they might hang up the skates. But 62, of course, have to keep going on the way to 69 months. Understandable, understandable. All right, I think the games are about to start, guys. Magnus versus Tari. It is a huge game for Magnus. Mamedyarov is playing Giri, who's not having a great event after a pretty good start. And Firouzja is tearing people apart right now. He's playing Nordebak, two... I mean, this is honestly a massive game. 2 big talents in chess right now. Nordebak and Alireza. This is, I guess, theory still. I mean, is knight e7 the move? I don't really know. Knight a5, c5 as well. I'm not too familiar with this, but I would assume knight e7 to g6. Normally, white likes to go like queen e1, knight h4, knight f5. I say queen e1 so that the knight's defended. Nandu, 10 months. Welcome back, Nandu. Appreciate your resubscription, buddy. Now, this is just a professional move. Like, I mean, I'm playing queen e1 in a heartbeat here. There we go. Queen e1. Assume knight h4. But Alireza doesn't seem concerned here. The way he played rook b8 to guard this pawn looks like he wants to play bishop c8 to cover that, and then play a5 and start pushing pawns here. Me too, I'm a Mac. I would also rather take white. Now, I think after bishop there, I mean, I really don't think you want to allow bishop takes. So, and if you take, that doesn't make a lot of sense with your knight on h4. So if you can't allow this and you don't want to take, I mean, I think you're just playing knight d5 then. Here you go. Process of elimination. Whoa. That's a fun move. Black will play this almost for sure. Yeah. Almost for sure. Anytime that someone stacks like this, you never want to... Like, this is a very common move that people might play, knight g6, because it guards this pawn. But it's a truly, truly awful move. Knight f5, rook f1, and, like, I think black can resign effectively. But f5 is just very strong. If white ever takes, there's just no more threats coming towards the black king, who can hide away on h8. Yeah. So, I like the idea, but I think it is a little bit too much. White's bishop also, if it was like on d3 and participating in the attack, I could get behind that. But I think this is a little bit too much from white. That being said, it's not easy to play these positions. White is going to be so solid. g3, king g2, e4. You know, this bishop will eventually maybe reroute. It's not easy to play these for black. And how is Magnus doing? What's happening here? What have I told you? This should be second nature to you guys. As soon as you see a knight there, it'll like almost always be a good move to try to kick it away. Magnus may play knight g1 here. Okay, moves the knight to d2. I was thinking knight g1 to e2, but same idea. He'll play f3 for sure. Probably b4. Rook a6, queen a1, queen a5, and he wants to just pressure a7 and c6. So I think the horizon is b4, queen a1. And if you castle, there's knight takes h4, so you gotta be careful. King here, but now, like, doesn't f5 make some sense? I guess he wants that. And he's gonna play knight e4, like, takes a knight e4. Bishop g5 is a solid square, guards this pawn, so now the rook can move. Queen a5 and rook to a1, basically. Why not? Okay, Magnus is starting to squeeze a little bit. What's happening here? No, White's bishop is super strong here. Firouzja playing f6 seemed like a good move, but giving up that square seems costly now. Now rook f5, king g2. White's position is a lot easier to play than black's, in my opinion. Firouzja wants to do this. There's also rook takes bishop here. If you play king g2 carelessly, you'll get hit with that. So if you go queen e4, you're not actually threatening to take because, again, there's that idea. So I think you just ignore it as black. Rook a8 or something. Oh. Whoa. Okay, the queen can't get in. There's no way the queen can get in. Queen h6, though. So let's say you go here. Yes, there's rook f2, which you might play. But if you go king g1, then queen h6, I start to get concerned for white. I mean, this is ridiculous, I imagine. But rook f2 seems okay because then queen d3, queen d6, and white gets in there as well. This will probably be some sort of draw. Draw is a good result for Magnus, obviously. What's happening in this game? Nonsense! Nonsense here. Magnus has that defended. Queen d7 is a recovery type of move. Oh, but here it comes. Pawn takes f4. He's looking to get right in there. f4. Uh-oh. Queen's coming in. Look out. This is not easy to play. What the hell? What the hell? Knight h4. Might have to take that and literally sprint. Because actually your king, the knight covers e8. The queen covers the rook. And there's no perpetual anymore. Queen d4. There is mate, but is there a draw? Rook g2, and he'll try to wrangle his king out of there. Oh my god. Knight e4 blunder in one move. And exactly what you thought would never happen happened. Aryan beats Magnus. Literally. What you thought would never happen. That's a key-o. That is a key-o. The knight was doing everything here. I guess rook g2 and hide the king. Try to, at least. But this move allows the key-o, bishop c4 check. And that's GG on the spot. And that will mean, with Alireza drawing, that will mean Magnus is definitely not winning first place in the event. That's for sure. He got one punch KO'd there. Hickey is still playing. Hey, look, Hickey is going to maybe beat Gukesh the exact same way that Magnus beat him. 3 pawns. I mean, it's much different here, obviously. Hickey's king and bishop were all back there, and the pawns were like way up the board, but he's got a chance. This looks super drawish. Check in there. Or there right away, yeah. I think you can take that. That's the easiest draw to make. Wow. Great prankster. G1 equals bishop. Oof, I'm cracking up. Hilarious. Hickey's a meme lord. Theo Gantos, thanks for the 37 months. Look at these standings now. Magnus will, I mean, he can still finish the tournament quite well. And as we know, technically it's possible that he could still win the event. Technically. But some pretty crazy results would have to happen. Magnus is now going to play Wesley, and then he's going to play Firouzja in the last round. So what could happen if you think about, you know, the possibilities here? We have Mamedyarov against Gukesh, and then Hickey. So Mamedyarov could score, you know, a half a point here and a half a point in the next game. He could win one, lose one. Let's say he gets a full point, right? Wesley, if he loses to Magnus, will stay at 4 points, and he wins in the last round, he'll only have 5. If Alireza draws this game right now, he'll have 5.5 points, but then in the final round, he's playing Magnus. So if Magnus wins and he beats Wesley, he'll move to 4.5 points. And then if he plays Alireza in the final round and he beats Alireza, he'll move to 5.5 points. And so I think right now, if Alireza wins, obviously if he wins, then he's got at least first or second locked up. But there is an outside chance Magnus can win the event just because he hasn't played Faruja yet. So he could beat him and really catch up to him. But who's Alireza playing? Oh, he's playing Big Fabby. Oof. I'm keen for this round. Round 8, there's 2 more games. This one and 1 more after. No JK, it's not a 2-day event. They're only playing 9 Blitz games. They just play it all at once. Because the whole point of this event is that it determines the seeding for the main Norway chess. So just 1 day. Wouldn't Shaq win in that scenario? Well, this is what I'm saying. If Shaq gets 2 wins right here, of course he would win. If he gets a win and a draw, he would also win. But Mamedyarov is playing Hikaru in the last round. Who knows, right? If Hikaru beats him, he only gets 1 point there. You'd have 5.5. So obviously Magnus needs other people to score certain results. He can't just win on his own right now. But I'm just saying it is possible. And it's not the craziest outcome to think that Mamedyarov only gets a point out of the next 2 games. And then Magnus is playing Wesley and Faruja, who are both ahead of him. And if he beats them both, he can really leapfrog a lot of people. Well, JKA, he got to win against Magnus, right? Maybe it doesn't matter for a Chad like him. No, Kush, I think your hickeyisms are off. This matchup is fettuccine carbonara against Gucci Reza. That's how Hickey would say it. That's correct, Chicken Pants. He's a big pushing P kind of guy. He carves down with the kids, you know? He knows what the word on the street is. He knows how they're talking. What happens in Hickey's streams is the chat will say something that they think is funny, like Gucci Reza. Like Hickey doesn't come up with Gucci Reza, right? The chat types Gucci Reza, and then Hickey will read the chat and he'll say Gucci Reza out loud, like not trying to be funny, just like reading the chat. Like, Hikaru, what do you think of Gucci Reza? What do you mean Gucci Reza? Gucci Reza? Oh, you mean Ali Reza? And then he realizes that Gucci Reza will make people laugh because everybody will laugh. And then he starts saying Gucci Reza unironically, and every time he says it, people laugh. And that's how these hickeyisms are like formed. Same with fettuccine carbonara. He didn't wake up one day and call him that. It's like he read it from the chat unironically, just like an accident. Everybody laughed, and then he was like, "Oh, that makes people laugh. I should say that." Fettuccine carbonara. Stealing from chat. Hey, every good streamer does that. Every good streamer steals the funny comments from chat. Because the chat's going, and you guys type one comment, and unless I announce your comment, it won't get enough traction to be one of the funniest comments ever. Like if you type it, it just goes so quick, in the Hickey stream. Your own people hyping it up is not enough. I have to say it out loud and say that you said it. And then people are like, oh my goodness, that guy's funny. I missed that comment. That's hilarious. But instead of giving you credit, I can just say it out loud. And it's mine. Everyone's going to be KEKWing. Your original comment is going to be lost in the abyss of the chat. You're going to have no claim to it. Thank you, Magna. 5 gifted subs from X Magna X. That's what happened to you in the anal beads thing? Is that right, Matt Amoroso? See, because for example, the anal beads thing is like a very popular theory now. And it gets attributed to Eric. Now, Eric did make sure to mention that he read it off a comment in the chat, right? From Dr. Lord Mayonnaise. So he definitely made a point to say that. But not many people are gonna want to reference that in their reporting. So the main reporting that's gonna be done is that Eric said it. Of course, it's much easier to do that. So then Eric said it. But then really, Eric knows that Dr. Lord said it. And Dr. Lord might know that someone else in chat said it, but he said it funnier than them. He has a VIP badge. He typed it out better than they did. You know what I mean? You can go down the assembly line. Okay. Hikaru is definitely on some kind of tilt, playing b4. Let's just say that. G5 might look like some Magnus tilt or something, but no, this is a reasonable line. The only thing about this is Magnus has played a6, and sometimes I've seen this with h6 or with bishop e7. And I'm not sure about a6 here. It's interesting. You thought rook g8 first? Rook g8 before g5? Oof. I don't know what to tell you, my friend. A lot of things wrong with that. Tim says, oh my god, he played my move. I said knight b1. Knight b1 classified by chess.com as a mistake. Yeah, that checks out, Tim. That checks out. There were two very different reactions, right? Wesley So and Tim were both put in separate rooms and asked to come up with a move in the position. And then they both selected knight b1. And then they were both informed individually and separately. Congratulations, you selected the same move as the gentleman in the opposing room. And two very different screams were heard from the two rooms that day. Yeah, knight is coming to f3, but this is a bit annoying. Bishop b1, bishop b5. This is a very fun game. Wesley is playing a very double-edged game right now, which I'm not sure is necessarily his style. But I just find Wesley to be such a strong, solid player, like no matter the time control. Naka is kind of hurting Tari here. Yeah, I think Naka is starting to say hello. And what's happening? Giri's beating Norderbeck, or at least decent position. Knight g5 coming. Mamajarov is a bit better, but actually no. This game is like he's down a pawn, but there's a lot of compensation. Okay, okay. Knight h7. Wow. That is a Chad maneuver. Bishop e8 for the boys. So the reason that Magnus is not playing rook here is I don't think he wants knight f6, knight takes. Maybe still playable for black, but I understand why he doesn't want that. Okay, what's going on in the other games here? Whoa, bishop g7. I have to look at that move. Queen c3 to hit the rook makes a lot of sense. And then rook c1, what happens? Probably queen f6. And trade and play that endgame. Yeah, I think he's going to do that, which is an impressive line. Knights against bishops here. But I have to say, white's position all locked up there, quite impressive. This looks tough to break through. Low to Big J Bell. This is the second last round, sir. This is the Blitz tournament, not the official main event. This looks tough for Magnus. I think white's going to play g6, takes, and like f6. And I don't know, I just feel like you're better in all those endgames. So I assume that's what he's going to do. Yes, Magnus can put the bishop there, but I feel like Magnus is about to be a lot worse in an endgame. I'm scared for the sake of, you know, g6 in the position. He needs to start targeting these pawns, huh? Rook d5 or something? Takes here, takes, we can take. Yeah, I guess we're almost coming to a draw. Also g6, there's bishop takes knight right away. It's looking draw-ish, but still chances. Okay. This looks like a mass simplification is about to occur. Norderbeck 1. Mamajarov looks like he has a good position. I don't know if it's enough to win. And I guess Magnus is pushing. Hikaru looks like he's winning as well. Gucci Reza is in an interesting game. Holy smokes. What's happening with Gucci Reza? He's worse, no? Oh my god. Ow, that hurts. Check, check, G3. This is not convincing by Fabi just yet, right? It's good, but not completely winning. F7's hanging, by the way. Careful now. Oh, Rook C7 is there. Yeah, Rook C7 hurts. Which is why you had to play King D2. But now it should be over. I think Alireza is going to lose this. Yeah, okay. That looks pretty convincing, but can Magnus really win this position? Can he really do it? Yeah, this will be a draw. This will be a draw. And these guys are actually still playing. Fabi is like making this as difficult as he possibly could. I can't believe we're in this position. I can't believe this is the case. What the hell is going on here? Firouzja might win. Oh, that's a big move. Stopping King H6. Big move. Wow. Okay, Fabi wins the game. Fabi wins the game. He checkmates Firouzja. But, like, how the hell did we get here? Like, can someone tell me why Mr. Fabi is not playing, like, Rook here and just, like, maybe taking and simplify, bro? Like, there are many ways to win this position. This is, like, basic. You're up a pawn in a king endgame, but instead, somehow we get, like, the king sprinting. Good God. That's scary. Well, honestly, some results happened that Magnus would be okay with, but Magnus only drew his game, so he doesn't have a chance at first place. Doesn't have a chance anymore. The final round, it looks like Mamajarov in clear first is up against who? Hikaru. Could see a draw there very quickly. Magnus Firouzja is like a very fun game to watch, but Firouzja will certainly be playing to win, so that's exciting. But Norderbeck. Don't sleep on Norderbeck. He can easily win this whole event right now. Because Faruja with 5 points is playing Magnus. Shakriar Mamadjar with 5.5 is playing Hikaru. And Norderbeck is playing Gukesh. So he definitely has the easiest of the 3 pairings. John Galt128, thanks for the new sub there, John. Welcome, welcome. Master Almagaver, 19 months with Prime. Glad you're still into it. How many rounds are left? This is the... Well, there are only going to be one more. So it's about to happen. Hello to Goblin. One more round. And remember, this Blitz tournament doesn't have like a lasting impact. It's really just to determine the seeding for the main event. So that's why these guys aren't super, like they don't really care what happens here. I believe, of course, it's FIDE Blitz rated, but still, this is not for like tons of money. So who do you guys think is going to win? Ali Reza, Norderbeck, or Mamadjarov? Not win their game, I mean win the event. Win the Blitz event. Only those 3 really have a shot. No, I don't think I did, JKA. Let me have a look. Yeah, I missed this one. Oh, you mean King B8, like just to play for win? It's always the young guys though, right, JK? Always the kids that play moves like this, where like they always want to play for a win. So it's like refusing a draw just to play for a win that's something that the young guys are doing. Ooh, knight d5, knight b4 is a sick move. You think you're defending the pawn because you're hitting the rook. Knight b4 check. And if you take, it's check again. That's disgusting. I didn't even see this game. Nasty. Nasty game. Should have took the draw? What do you mean, Val? He ended up winning the game. White didn't have the option to take the draw. Black was the one who refused it. Yeah, Alireza and Magnus is for sure the most intriguing matchup. It also affects the standings. Then you've got Mamadjarov and Hickey. And don't forget about Norderbeck. He wins against Gukesh, he could win the whole event. A chess icon against a fashion icon. Indeed. Oh, this is a nice tab. This feels like a new tab. I like this. Thank you, Chess Pro. 34 months. Coming up to 3 years with us. Thank you, Chess Pro. For the boys. Last Blitz game, guys. Magnus against Ali Reza, I'm sure is the hit of the round. Val with a big prediction. Let me just check the chat to see if Val also predicted Magnus beating Ali Reza. Okay, I haven't found the comment yet. Sure, it's there somewhere. Go Val. All right, Valentinian is standing by his pick. Ali Reza to upset Magnus from Big Val. Here we go. All right, B3. Oh, I can let everyone know I did the cursory research on Valentinian's chat history, and yes, the first thing he said today when I was asking you guys if Magnus would come back to win after being down in last place after 3 rounds, Valentinian came in the chat. He said, hello, Amon. He said, is there increment? Because if so, Magnus will come back and win. So there we go. There's classic Val covering both sides as usual. Valentinian doesn't take L's. He's all-knowing and omniscient. Go Val. There's no way Val will lose. I have to say, I always feel like these positions are comfortable with black. I get them a lot. Because you leave this knight here, and I feel like c3 is always kind of wrong. Feels wrong. So I have to admit, I like black's position here. You know, I would play like moves like rook e8, queen b6, bishop there. I don't know, I get a somehow I get a good feeling about black's position here. But I'm super biased because I just play this with black and I kind of like it. I know white normally goes for moves like knight g4. But if white plays knight sorry, rook c1. Sometimes knight a2, you can even like make a draw like that. So we'll see what he wants to play, but. c3. Well, the thing is, you can play c3, but after the knight goes back, I just don't like the resulting position. Bishop's blocked. b3 pawn is weaker. d3 pawn is weaker. I don't know. This is a really solid pawn structure. As soon as you play c3, you undermine that on the d file and the b file. The knight's just going to reposition to a good square. So that's why I'm like, I don't really know if I like c3 here. Mamajarov against Naka. Ooh, I play the line Naka plays, but I also know it's not necessarily a top line. Good for Blitz, though, I think. Good for Blitz. So I'm biased once again for Naka's position. And then Norderback. Oh, we don't know anything about these. These are always spicy, though. Fun positions. Every game is really even here. Lots of chances for both sides. So Magnus has accomplished, you know, he's made that bishop very bad on h7. He's got knights on great squares. He was heading for b5, so of course the knight had to reposition itself as well. But f6 is very hard to play, like pretty much impossible because of e6. So Magnus is showing how to handle this with white. This looks like a very nice position. I'm Myron. Yeah, you're absolutely correct, J Bell. g4, at least to stop this, will be incoming. Bishop f3, could even slide over there. This is a potentially very, very good position for Magnus. Yeah, instead of you're playing Fractal Dust, challenging the knight, instead Magnus found a safe square for his knight, can't be challenged, and a guard c2. I mean, this is it's a very impressive game so far. Wow, Hikaru played f5. That's a fun move. And meanwhile, Norderback against Gukesh. It's all locked up here. An endgame favors white, maybe? I'm actually not sure. Two bag chips, I have, I've seen it, yep. That's a fun one. I mean, this is a crazy move, right? Right into the rook. So what's the move that you play here as white? It's like some sort of crazy thing to b5. Takes king c7. I mean, you have to take it, no? What are we thinking about here? King c5, not happening. Yeah, takes. Queen e7 can't work. But you can take, you can take. I mean, this should be a big advantage for Norderback, who seems to be on the verge of winning his game. This is nice and simple. Yeah, so Norderback winning. Mamajarov against Naka. I like the knight here, but it's not to say that black is necessarily better. And then meanwhile, what's happening here? It's all gonna pop off in a couple seconds. Ugh, he did play that c3 move. Instinctively, I don't like it. Like, knight takes. There was maybe pawn takes there. Okay, okay. I just don't like c3. I don't know. It's just like, maybe it's just a phobia. I'm sure it's okay. I'm not a fan of it though. d3 is hanging, don't forget that. If you go grab it with the queen, though, then I think the rook's double. That looks unpleasant. Now you can't grab it ever. Magnus playing c4, that's big. That opens the bishop up. Suddenly, such a solid position. Everything's crumbling now for Alireza, but both guys down to 10 seconds. Okay, some trades. Takes. There's bishop g8 that you might have to be a little careful of, so I think he's going to take first. Wow. What? Oof. Oof. Knight f7 takes. Rook g8. There's still some coordination issues, but you know you have to be winning here. Knight e2 to take here. Oh, 3 pieces for the queen. Baby, this is going to be a fun one. The queen cannot infiltrate. Probably knight f3 or bishop there, I suppose. Yeah. Takes. There's queen b2. He's trying to keep all the pieces connected. I think he's going to take, and play these pieces, right? What can he do now? Yeah, he's just going to play the 3 pieces. Wow, he's trying to keep that pawn. That's crazy. I don't know if I would have done that. I feel like the coordination that you lose here is a lot. Well, he's probably going to send it. Queen h2, he's going to move the bishop and just send that. Wait a minute, he just lost his knight. Oh no. What the hell is going on here? Take the pawn? Oh my god, what is this? That was a big choke. He might still win. He literally could still win. Magnus wants to win it, I can tell. He wants to play it on. Nah, there's no way to play it on. What a draw. Norderbeck won, Mamajarov lost, and Firouzja drew. So I think you guys know what that means. That's a big dub for Norderbeck. Mamajarov lost the final game. Norderbeck leapfrogged him, and Firouzja only drew. Wait a minute. So Valentinian had Firouzja to win it all, and Magnus to win it all. And Norderbeck won. I'm sure Val predicted that somewhere. We just have to find the comment. I'll say congratulations in advance to Valentinian for his prediction. Go Val. Is this game like just stuck? The moves are just stuck, right? Yeah, there's no more moves here. That's why it's like just sitting there. Well, yeah, Val, I was asking who's gonna win, like who's gonna win the event, because there's only one more game, and it was Norderbeck, Alireza, or Shaq. Those were the 3 guys that could win first. So I was saying who's gonna win, like who's gonna win first place. Yeah, JK, he's definitely lost. Here they are. The reason I know that he lost is because we watched him Magnus beat him, and it was a pretty nice game by Magnus. But he lost also to Hikaru early on. He came out with 6 points, but bad start, right? He had 1.5 out of 4. I mean, not bad start, what am I saying? But you know what I mean. Compared to his tournament, his start was the weak part. He lost to Hickey and Magnus. I mean, forgivable. And then he went on a tear. Okay, they drew their game, whatever happened there. So the final standings are like this, I think. Now, did Aryan finish last or did he finish second last? I don't know what the tie breaks are. Did they play one another? What happened in their individual game? Oh, he lost to Tari in the individual game. No. Tari gets 9th place then. Tari gets 9th place. He beat him in the individual game. That's what matters. Tari finishes 9th place. Give it to him. Give it to him. Go Aryan. And remember, where did Aryan get his wins? He literally beat Gukesh. He only beat Gukesh so that he had the better head-to-head against him and he would finish ahead of him in the standings. And he beat Magnus. He does not overexert himself. He knew that people were betting whether he finishes last place or not. He said, you know what? I don't need to win too many games. I'm just going to win all that I need. I'm going to beat Magnus and I'm going to beat Gukesh. And that's going to be enough. Chad. And then he drew in the final round. He drew the final round game in order to catch up and tie Gukesh. And there you go. Chad. He got it done with the least amount of effort possible. Yeah, honestly, Elvis, it's continuing to be impressive. Norderbeck with another victory. Oh, very, very, very impressed. Rap Frank, thanks for the 37 months. So Norway chess actually starts tomorrow. Just so you guys know. Schedule, here we go. Yeah, so 11 a.m. Eastern, just so you know. Every single day. Actually, I guess they have one rest day here on June 2nd. Oh, June 2nd and June 7th. Interesting. 2 rest days in this tournament. But yeah, pretty much every day. 11 a.m. Eastern, the games will be on. We might just drop in, check out the games for fun, but I don't think I'll be like officially commentating the event, but we'll see. I just can't watch classical chess as much as I want to watch Blitz chess, you know? It's just not the same. All right, but that was the Blitz tournament. I thought that was fun to watch. Always entertained checking out literally the best Blitz players in the world playing, so that was fun. But the event's over now. Congrats to Norderbeck. I'm going to play a few rapid games, I think, on the Slowbrah account. So we're going to keep the show going with some rapid chess, but I'm going to take a short break and be back with you in a few minutes. So don't go anywhere, guys. Getting our week started. Happy Monday. Let's play some slow games and learn something. Let me know what openings you'd like me to play today. I'll be back. Okay, we're back. We're back. Hello. Sorry about that. Sorting out some food. Bit of a longer break. Hopefully everyone had time to watch the ads. All right, I was gonna play some slow games. Hey, Eddie. Nah, I'm not having sushi today. I do like sushi, though. I saw you were writing something to the contrary. Don't understand the hype. Overrated is fair. I just think it's like healthy, it's filling without having a lot of it. So it's like a quick meal but very filling. I think there's a lot of value in that. I don't like sitting for 3-hour meals and having multiple entrees, whatever. So I think there's value in that. And it just feels fresh. Like fresh, easy to have. So something that's healthy and filling and doesn't take a long time to eat is like a very high value meal for me personally. Hello, Big Chief. I think I saw one of those around and I wasn't sure who did the stocking or where they came from. I thought it might have been Dill. But that's no, I guess technically in Spain we were having some supermarket food, but that was a Montreal staple, that's for sure. Yeah, that was a Montreal staple. The Pizza Pocket, Energy, Bistro, frozen food. Montreal, that was the Montreal lifestyle. Air Show HD, thanks for the 4 months. VinLav97, 13 months with Prime. Badkins003, a big tier 3 sub from Badkins, 25 months. Thank you, Badkins, and may the better team win tonight. Vegas and Dallas. Tonight's a big sports night. Very, very exciting stuff. I'm going to play some slow games. Let's go. 15 minutes, 10-second increment. I hope you guys are ready to learn. We just watched some Blitz, high-level Blitz. So now I thought we'd slow it down, see if we can learn a thing or two here. And yeah, like I always say, let me know what openings you guys want to see. We're at 627 elo, 15 minutes, 10-second increment. I'll play whatever opening, but I'm trying to mix it up, trying to play everyone's favorite opening at least once, so that hopefully you get a game that's reasonably instructive in your favorite line. So, all right, let's jump in. All right, we got the black pieces. How should we reply to E4? Many options. Many options. All right, I will start with c5. I'm not sure which Sicilian we're going to play or what my opponent's going to do next, but if it's knight f3, we absolutely have a lot of choice. So wait and see what he does. b3. Interesting. So b3 Sicilian, and there's a few different ways that you can reply to b3. As you can imagine, just about any move against b3 will make sense. You know, any Sicilian, even knight f6. G6 probably makes the least sense, but even that move is probably playable, you know. So against b3, while there are many options, I have to admit the one that I routinely find myself going back to time and time again is the move e5. Even though it makes a big weakness on d5 and on the light squares, it also really clamps down on the d4 move by white, so I've always liked it for that reason. Okay, let's just solidify this. My next move is probably going to be knight f6 to hit the pawn. And I mean, I guess the idea of this is to guard e5, strengthen it, make it real sturdy so that this bishop can't do very much from b2. So it's not an impressive piece. So knight f6, bishop e7, castle, but just establishing this pawn structure so that my opponent doesn't have an easy d4 move. So see how they develop. Bishop c4, I think absolutely one of the best moves that you have available for yourself. This knight wants to make an appearance on d4. I think for now, I'll just stick with bishop e7, nice and solid. a6 to threaten b5 will also be nice. White usually responds with a4 to stop that. So I think my next bunch of moves will probably look like castle, a6, knight c6, bishop e6. Basically those moves. Queen f3 already strikes me as a bit of a surprising move, because I think my opponent is sort of trending back in the I want to checkmate you on f7 direction. Which is a little worrying, I think. So knight c6, knight d4 now comes to mind. I think my opponent's next move wants to be knight d5. I'm almost sure of it. Knight c6, knight d5, takes, bishop takes, then castles is one way that looks pretty nice to play. Could also castle right away. Knight d5 takes, then knight c6. I think it'll all transpose. But knight c6 looks like a great place to start. I mean, I'm threatening knight d4. Why would I not want to put my knight on one of the best squares? And I'm about to go into the center and threaten the queen and threaten c2. So I think knight e2 and knight d5 would be the two moves that I'm expecting. But obviously, as I said, knight d5 really expected. Now, after takes, bishop takes, I have to reckon with queen takes f7, so I think I'll be long castling, or short castling. I could also short castle straight away. But I'm not really sure if that giving him the option to take the bishop is useful. So I think I'm going to take and then just castle. Should also point out that if the pawn takes, we'll play knight d4. Knight seems fairly good there, but I cannot imagine him playing anything except bishop takes d5 here. My opponent has not played poorly at all. I just don't like queen f3 by him. It's a little bit, I don't know. It's too much, I think. You know, it's going for the quick win or quick knockout with f7 being the target, but number one thing that I mention over and over and over in all these slow games against all these 4, 5, 600s that I'm playing here, Don't bring your queen out that early. Bad things will happen. Queen will get attacked. It never feels like the right thing to do. So it'd be much better if white's queen was here and the knight was on f3. Much better. In fact, in this position, one move that I might enjoy playing, and maybe especially now, is the move knight b4. It hits the bishop, and it hits the pawn on a2 with a check. So knight b4 is now pretty attractive to me. King h8 and f5 might also be interesting. Same with bishop e6, but it's too difficult to refuse knight b4. A move I was going to do anyway, but now comes with an added threat there. So I like knight b4. If I take and the pawn takes back, I hope you guys are at least seeing the point of my opening because it's being demonstrated at the moment. The bishop on b2 is not a good piece right now. It's biting at the e5 pawn, which is very well defended. So I think what we're witnessing is just the setup that I've chosen is kind of working as well as it could possibly work here. The king's defended that, and my opponent really is playing well. But they've got this situation to deal with, which is that this bishop will probably never be a good piece. And it's, you know, just as easy for me to launch an attack over here as it is the other way around. So, although f5 looks extremely tempting here, bishop f6, I mean, just gains a lot of space. What I'm looking at is white having a non-existent attack over here, like very long time before pieces get developed. No d4 break. I'm looking at the fact that this king looks easy to attack. a5, a4. For example, a5, he probably has to play a4. Then at least I'm thinking there of like b5. Pawn takes and a4 and crashing through. I'm not sure that I want to pull the trigger on something like that aggressive this early, but those are the types of things that I'm looking at here, and I think they they basically work. So instead of a5, which allows a4 and maybe c4 next to close everything, I'm going to play one of two moves. I'm going to play either bishop d7 or I'm going to play b5. Both of them have the exact same idea, being ready to deal with a4. Although b5 is useful for a5, a4, I actually don't think b5 is necessary. So it's like, if I play a5, a4, would I rather have my bishop here or my pawn there? I'd actually rather have my bishop so that my rooks are connected, everything. I'm going to go with this bishop move because I think that if I can choose between a pawn move and developing a piece, I'd rather pick the move that develops the piece. And after a5, a4, I can play b5, takes, and take with the bishop, and then go a4 next, and that would be very hard to stop. So both moves were really good there. It was kind of hard to pick. But ultimately, I'm going to go with developing a piece. And yeah, the plan now is a5, a4, with very easy attack against this king. We want to make sure not to let things close up. So if he plays c4, for example, then I would not play the move a5 because white would play a4. That would be very bad for me. Very bad. After c4, I would play b5 and open things up. So he's played g4. He might look like a funny move. I actually want to be the first to say that I think it's kind of good. I think it's really good. Knight here, and then you have some light squares that you can start to play with. I have the option to play f5 to really open things up there. I'm going to stick with my plan of a5, a4. And it's just very, very quick. Because after a4 takes, we play queen a5. It's super quick. Knight h3, unfortunately for him, not the right idea. I don't know where that knight's going. Knight e2 was the move, I think. So I'm just going to continue, like I said, with a5, a4. After we take, queen a5 is perhaps already going to be devastating for the position. So he plays b4. Honestly, I want to say not as crazy as it looks. I mean, it looks really bad, but I actually don't think it's that bad. I think if I got to take it like queen a5, then I know that it's like just completely dead there. Somehow b4 keeps the a file closed, and like I can see why that works a little bit as an idea. It's definitely not great for white, but I can see why b4 has some kind of an idea behind it. So a3, this bishop has to move. If it goes to a1, I'm looking at queen b6 and rook a4. A3 definitely stands out. The only thing is if I take and he plays, I don't know, maybe d4, it looks like an active move. I want to play b3 to open everything up. But I'm not sure it's that easy. So I am pretty attracted to this a3 idea. Yeah, I'm kind of torn. A lot of moves here. Taking is for sure, it's a great move. Nothing is going to be wrong with capturing, but I do think that capturing followed by d4, white kind of opens things up. And I don't know how much I like that. So I'll throw in the move a3. Curious how he's going to handle it. Of course the bishop can capture, but I would actually much rather to have the a file open than not open. So I'm interested. Many other moves possible. Bishop c1 is probably the worst. Of course, you want to keep the bishop on that diagonal. Bishop c3, maybe takes. Yeah, okay, so pawn takes, bishop takes now. An idea. There's also rook a4 and queen b6. All these moves come to mind. Yeah, I think this one might be the way. Start by taking. Now, if he ignores me and goes to a1, which I actually think is a very reasonable move, then I would probably play f5 because I need to get something going here. This one I was thinking might be exploited by playing queen b6 and rook a4 and maybe even looking for a sacrifice. There's e4 available, which also hits the queen. So between all these moves, I think I'll be able to put significant pressure there. So I think queen b6 is a reasonable starting move. Obviously a pin here. So most natural move to me is pawn to c3. And I don't know if we'll see this variation, but I'm definitely considering pawn c3, rook a4, king a1 to get out of the pin. What else? Rook takes bishop, pawn takes rook, queen d4 check, threatening queen b2 mate next turn, queen c3 only move, and then I can just take the queen and play bishop takes g4, and I'm hitting the knight and the rook, and like I haven't really decided what to do there. Maybe even queen g4 instead of taking the queen. But these two bishops and the fact this knight is on a really bad square, I was liking the look of that. Queen e4 gives me some big options here. I think actually the nastiest move that I have available is probably f5. And there's many reasons why f5 is good. Definitely. But I do like f5 straight away rather than rook a4 because it's more forcing. After f5, if the pawn takes, I'm not sure I take back right away. Taking back right away is fantastic. It hits the queen, and if the queen moves, I'm going to win the knight or the bishop. But after pawn takes, I think rook a4 is much better because if c3, then white will lose the queen. So yeah, although taking bishop takes is, as I said, a great move, it wins a piece, but rook a4 should be a lot nastier. But I do this move first so that after c3, I'm ready to play bishop f5. For example, if I did rook a4 first, white played c3, and then I played f5, white wouldn't take because they see that bishop f5 is coming. So it's much more effective to go f5 first and then go rook a4. And I mean, simply put, c3 is the only move because of that. Now we run into this. Yeah. And I think the most annoying part about this is that even after you lose your queen, you're not out of the woods, right? It's not like you all of a sudden win or you're all of a sudden not getting mated. It's like you're probably still getting mated. So you're being attacked and you're down a queen, so it's the worst of both worlds. So we'll see what he does. If pawn here or something, maybe we can just take. If pawn here gets out of the pin, then I'd probably have to take the queen. If queen takes bishop, I'd probably start by taking this. Again, see if he plays there or there because it's mate in one. If he plays king c2, maybe queen c4, so the king doesn't run away. And yeah, so before taking this, I think this one is correct. So we'll take it with check. And then we'll take back. And I'd rather just give him the option to make a blunder with the king. Good game. Yeah, rook b4. And I mean, maybe it could have ended like this. I would go queen c4 and then take here. And the problem is for white that I'm threatening this. I'm also threatening queen e4. Depending on if the rook comes up, and I'm also, you know, coming into mate. Good game, good game. Let's see the game review. What happened here? Oh, they're spoiling me. Look at these. Brilliancies? No way. Couldn't be. What's our brilliancy, guys? What do you think? The only time I sacrificed a piece, technically, was the last move of the game, right? So, at f5, I'm not going to get credit for it. It's the algorithm likes sacrifices. Yeah, it's the last move of the game. Brilliancy. Rook takes b4. Rook takes b4 and rook takes f5 are, you know, about the same. I do think rook takes b4 is simply better first, but it's literally the exact same situation. Brilliant. But I do like this in the opening. I mean, look, it's nothing special, but bishop b2, d6. And just focus on kingside development for now. And, you know, when I saw this move, I already knew it was probably going to be good for me. Knight b4 is so strong. You almost have to play c3 here, in my opinion. But long castle and knight b4 is already good for black. So here, I was very torn between these two moves. Like I said, I think they're both very, very strong. But ultimately, I would rather have a piece develop than move a pawn. So I went with this. And now a5. I don't think you can stop a4 from happening. And here's the thing, like, b4 is definitely a mistake, but it's not as much of a mistake as you guys think. I thought it was a fairly reasonable move by my opponent here. Platinum Blonde, 50 gifted subs. What the hell's going on, Latinum? He's really cramming before the exam, so to speak. You know, buying those Chessbrah shares before June 1st. Latinum's getting it all in before June 1st, D-Day, where Twitch starts to reach in our pockets more. Latinum Blonde, 50 gifted subs, and it's been regular 50 bombs from Latinum. I was actually trying to tell him, hey, buddy, just so you know, those 5 gifted, those quick Cincos, they got a 0 on the end. Not sure if you know that. He said he does. That's cleared up. But thank you very much, Latinum. Another 50 gifted subs from Latinum Blonde. It is, James. We're definitely spoiled in that regard. New sub badge for, not sub badge, gift badge, I guess, for Mr. Latinum. New sub badge, you're right, Latinum is coming in, yeah, a couple months, right? 3 years. Thank you, Porlox. Appreciate that. I think Bishop A1 is the best move. Unfortunately, he took. And then Queen E4 was definitely a mistake. And it won't look like that much of a difference, but Rook A4 first, I think, is just marginally worse than F5. Yeah. I think this is nasty. It's a nice attacking game, but again, blunders from my opponent, few and far between. I thought he played a really good game, but I did not like Queen F3. Again, bringing the queen out too early, far too early in my opinion. Shadoob, thanks for the 19 months with Prime. Vlad Royal, 17 months. Wolfben, 25 months. Sever CD1, thank you for the brand new Prime sub. Nicola Stojan, 1,000 bits. Hello, Nicola. Trump 2024 with a big resub. We'll see how valuable that username is next year. Thanks for the 7 months with Prime. And again, Latinum Blonde, just so supportive. 50 gifted subs. Let's continue our slow chess here. Hero Fighter, thanks for the brand new Prime. Thank you, Hero Fighter. That's a reminder to anyone else watching, ! Prime. You might have a loose one sitting around. A free sub that you can use. You always got to check manually every single month. It does not go automatically. If you subbed once with Prime, no, it's not auto resubbing. I wish. You wish. ! Prime. Double check. I'm going to go for another game here. That was a good warm-up game. My opponent played really, really well. But again, what is holding my opponents back? It's honestly bringing the queen out too early. Such a common mistake. Needs to be rectified. All right. Let's play another one. 15 minutes, 10-second increment. Gonna jump in the pool here. Got the black pieces again. What should we play, guys? Assuming we're gonna see E4, but you never know. Yeah, E4, very common move. How should we open up here? Oh, a lot of suggestions there. A lot of Scandinavian suggestions. All right, D5 it is. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Scandinavian tends to work pretty well at the lower elos because people don't even take the pawn for the most part. I remember I played a Scandinavian. The guy just went knight F3 and blundered the pawn. Here we see E5. So now, if I'm if I'm playing the Scandinavian and I see someone reply e5, essentially I'm going to tell myself, if I play e6, d4 happens, and we're just playing a French, right? That's the same as if I played e4, e6, d4, d5, e5, right? It's just transposed. So I don't want to play a move like e6. In fact, if I play a move like c6 and white plays d4, that's the same as if we played e4, c6, d4, d5, e5. It just transposes, right? But I can have the best of every possible universe here. If I play e6, I'm playing a French. If I play c6, I'm playing Caro-Kann. If I'm playing bishop f5, I'm either playing a French with e6 and the bishop on the outside, or I'm playing a Caro-Kann where I haven't played c6 and I can just play c5. So either way, there's going to be something good that comes out of this. If I play c6 here, again, I'm transposing into a Caro-Kann. I don't think we need to do that. I think I can just play e6. So now we've played the French moves, but the bishop's on the outside. Like, how did that happen? And I'm reserving my c-pawn to maybe just go directly to c5. And any kind of like Caro-Kann positions we get here, I'm gonna have a full extra move because I didn't play this. I didn't play c6. g4, we have an option to maybe go bishop e4 and get our opponent playing f3. And you know what's so tempting about this current position is that we actually have a much different position than a Caro-Kann. In a Caro-Kann, this pawn would be here and this pawn would be here. Then they play g4 and it's like, okay, you know, can understand why the position is a little tricky there. But now he's played g4 and I have e6 instead. So actually after bishop here, f3, okay, queen h4 it's more of a consideration, right? That move's not normally possible because the pawn is actually on e7. So again, this is all from the opening, making sure after e5, we're not just playing the French, we're not just playing the Caro-Kann. We got our bishop out, and I think we've improved a little bit. Okay, so we see f3. I like the look of queen h4. I mean, how could we not? The king's gonna have to move, and then probably we just save our bishop. So that looks like the best way to play. And he's probably, if I'm being honest here, he's probably shocked right now that queen h4 can be played. He's probably shocked because he's like, wait a minute. I thought this was the Caro-Kann. Like it won't make any sense to why the queen is showing up on h4. But it's not a French and it's not a Caro-Kann. Okay, so king e2. I have to save my bishop, right? It's literally just hanging. So I am gonna retreat the bishop back to g6. Keep it nice and simple here. I don't think there's any value in trying to, exploit the king in the middle with some fancy moves. I think we can just play it slow. Okay, g5 played. So, I mean, our queen is like stranded on this square, but it can't really be attacked. So I feel pretty comfortable here. Knight f3 can only happen if my opponent plays f4, and f4 is going to lose the game for many, many reasons. Namely along this diagonal, if not this one. And then apart from that, I mean, the bishop could go around and attack us, but then the g-pawn hangs. The g-pawn will always hang unless it's protected, but we already talked about how that f-pawn can't move. And meanwhile, this bishop, rook, knight, all can't attack my queen, so we're really okay here. If we play knight c6, I imagine white will play c3. So we do need to watch out there. Can't just expect to win this pawn outright. So I'm looking a little bit more at something like c5 because it, then the queen starts to get involved, maybe on f2. So I like c5 and then knight c6. But this is typical. In the French, you don't play knight c6, you need your c-pawn out. So I want c5 and then knight to c6. And if I want to free my queen from h4, h6 is always available and always a good move. Knight takes h6, knight f5. That will always be tremendous. So I'm kind of torn between so many good moves, but they're all going to be good. I just need to get them on the board. So c5, knight c6 next, then probably h6. Knight takes, the knight goes to f5, and everybody's going to be attacking this d4 pawn. Unfortunately, my opponent played the move f4, which I think loses for a few different reasons, but I believe that it's true that my opponent doesn't lose a queen here, which is just a little bit kind of lucky, I guess. I don't know. Fortunate, you know? Bishop here, knight here, bishop takes, king takes, queen h5 check, king g2, queen takes d1, I win a whole queen, bishop b5 check, I lose a whole queen, and all that really happens there is a lot of trades. So as much as it looks like the game is about to end, the game is completely, I think that line is completely fine for white. So I have to reconsider my options here. I'm very interested in the move knight c6 because it blocks the check and it makes a threat. So knight c6 really catches my eye here. And remember, if the knight goes there, then I can always play bishop h5, right? I can do that afterwards. So I think knight c6 is definitely the move we want to go with here. It threatens d4, and after knight c6, if white plays c3, then everything I just talked about comes true. So, yeah, this looks pretty convincing. Knight c6, get in the way of that move. I really expect knight f3 to happen, and it does pretty much immediately. Bishop h5 here now I think makes this threat once again. Knight d4. The queen is not attacked here, right? The knight's pinned, so important to remember that. It's also been a recurring pattern that people at 500, 600 ELO, 400, they all play these games like they are bullet games. So that, I've definitely noticed that. So pawn takes on d4. Knight takes would lose immediately. So pawn takes d4 is actually going to force the king to move to one of those squares because, I don't know, it doesn't make too much sense to go back, but I suppose you could. So pawn takes here is the first thing I'm going to consider because it's a check. I mean, of course. So this move forces one of those two moves. If the king goes there, queen f2 looks like it wins a knight. Yeah, I think that's the case. King d3, then I'm not sure. How do we proceed from there? There's knight b4, king d2, queen f2. But maybe the most annoying line is king d3, knight there, king d2, sorry, king e2, because now if I do this again, bishop check thing works. It's like, what? So I think this absolutely wins, but I'll tell you one thing. I am looking at takes and I'm now considering bishop takes here. If the king takes, we know we win. So takes, queen takes, and then I'm looking at queen e1 check. Because if king d3, that's checkmate in one. So Now I'm starting to think about this. If the queen blocks on e2, then c1 hangs with check. So after that, bishop e2 is actually forced. So bishop e2, but then my queen's attacked, and my position will be really bad if I don't have a good sequence here. Take with check, king d3, knight b4 check, forced king takes d4. But how good is that position? Because don't forget, my poor queen is like attacked and trapped down there. I can take on c2, king d3. I'm still not sold. You know, I can go back knight b4, then king d4. I have bishop c5. Whether or not I took the pawn or not. King takes c5. I have rook c8 there. Does that actually help? It's like, man, what a variation. So based on those two calculations, because I have 6 minutes, I want to be reasonable with my management here. I would probably honestly play pawn takes on d4, because I don't see something fully conclusive in that line. I'm getting a feeling that I'm missing something and that is the right line, but if I don't see it, I can't really continue that way. So I think we gotta go for this. Takes on d4. Okay, he's played king d3, which I think was the expected move that we calculated, right? Now I was looking at knight b4, bishop g6. I mean, it gives up my pin, and after bishop g6, king d2. Yeah, queen f2, queen e2. I'm not really seeing anything. And bishop here, white can always play c3. So I think we'll continue with our plan, which was knight to b4. King takes on d4. Now there's definitely some options. Queen f2 check, though, seems to keep everything flowing, right? Just, we're in stride there. That feels pretty nice. So yeah, I don't think we need to look much past queen f2. I mean, if you see a move like that, checks the king and forks the knight and c2 is hanging, then you have to take that. That's always good. So knight c2 is hanging, bishop takes f3 is hanging. He's gone here. His king is in the center of the board. So after this, yes, I can play queen takes f3, fully win a piece, but I think we can appreciate how knight takes c2 gets the job done here. Hits the king and the bishop, and that should be enough. I would give like just a little thought to maybe trying to checkmate the king in the middle, but I'm not seeing it. Rook c8, bishop c5 is not even mate because the king can run away here. So I don't really see how this king gets checkmated, unfortunately. So I think I'm mainly considering knight c2 here. Bishop c5. takes, queen takes here, king takes b4. Am I seeing a mate there? Because that I'm not sure about either. And I've lost a piece in that line. Let's remember. I don't see anything there. So I'm just running out of pieces in that variation. Yeah, so I keep it super super simple. Knight c2. This, we know this is a crushing move. Forks the king and bishop, and it is protected, so. Pretty much the best possible move. Okay, so now king d3. Now we have some real options. Queen takes e3. Check looks like a great place to start. With the king having to go there, but bishop g6 now does make more of an impact. Bishop g6. The king must go there. Right? And then, I don't know, maybe bishop here or rook there. Now you start to see the pieces come alive. Yeah, now I start to like that. I think bishop g6 is definitely the move that I want to go for. Queen takes, king here, bishop f3, or rook there. It's all tremendous, but this move seems to be very, very forcing. King to c3 has to happen. And remember, if I ever like miscalculate or not sure about something, I can always play queen takes bishop. Like this will always be a free piece, completely winning for me. So I have that in my back pocket. So the king has to go here. And then I was looking at a nice simple move, rook c8, to continue to chase the king to b3. Right? And then the nice thing is I can play knight takes a1, check. And obviously f5 just delays things. We're going to take all the same. The knight can actually take the rook and check the king, which seems like a nice a nice option. And the king's moves are very forced in this variation. Bishop b4, although I like it, it doesn't need to go out that early unless it's delivering a checkmate. I don't necessarily see the checkmate being delivered. So this really stands out to me. The only move I would ever consider here instead of rook c8 is queen takes bishop because it's with a check and now our knight's defended. So that's really the only other consideration. Queen takes, check, bishop here, rook there, king b3, and knight a1. Pretty much the exact same line as rook here, knight a1, except we have the queen here and the bishop here, and I think that probably benefits me. I think it probably benefits me, so I'll go for it. Take. Rook c8 next. King only has one square, which means these moves are forced. Rook c8 check. Basically, no matter what he does this one. Yeah, now I think it's time for the rook to make an appearance, use all of our pieces. It also guards my knight, so I like the rook as well because it just takes control of so many squares at once. Now the king, once it goes here, is cut off. It's cut off from the other side of the board. King b3, queen b6 is absolutely a checkmate, it looks like, in 2 moves. But king here, knight a1, forces king a4. And I tell you what, that is... it's definitely tempting to chase the king around like that, but ultimately after king a4, I don't think there's a specific checkmate there. Knight a1 tempting, but queen b6, if bishop b5, we just take it. And if king a4, then we always have queen b4. So a lot of pieces working as part of this checkmate here. The king cannot take a step in that direction. It can't go backwards. It can't touch either of those squares. It's only got one square, and it's only got one move to block as well. Obviously, blocking is... It's a check himself, so I feel like that's very tempting. No, he doesn't do it. He goes for king a4. Wants to get checkmated like a man. Good game. Dang, we really hunted that king. It started on e1, and it made it all the way to a4. We'll take a KO for that one. That was a fun king hunt. Unfortunately, I can tell you guys that we lost the analysis. Dang. The classic reversal. You get 96%, but your opponent switches it up on you, reverses those digits, and gets 69%. So, unfortunately, we lost the post-game analysis. So, we like d5, right? We like d5. Okay, he doesn't take it. Now, the key is to play bishop to f5. Like I was saying, if you play e6, if you play c6, then you're just transposing into the French or into the Caro-Kann. Playing bishop to f5, suddenly you're gaining an advantage in both of those lines. d4, e6, and now let's say that white played a move like this, like the French. Well, I'm playing c5 and I'm playing a French, but my bishop is not here. It's here. Huge difference. Big, big difference. Or let's say like what happens in the game. He goes here because he's like, oh, this is pretty much like the Caro-Kann. Well, after bishop e4, f3, well, it's not quite like the Caro-Kann. Because the Caro-Kann, my pawn will be here, and my pawn will be here. And queen h4 wouldn't be possible. So that I'm skeptical of. You know, this e5 move after d5. There's a reason it's not good, and this is a punishment. All right, g5. We have to strike at the center, and I mean, this was really just playing against the fact my opponent was only moving pawns and king. Like king and pawn were the only things he touched. The first 8 moves. Probably not a good sign. I know this was really tempting, but this was the variation that we were looking at. And surprisingly, this is, even though you win a whole queen there, you don't even end up a single pawn. You don't even have an extra pawn. Nothing. Can you imagine? All that, I'm not even up a pawn. I got nothing. Opponent even has 2 bishops. Jeez. So that's why we played knight c6. It's a bit more pressure. Now we play bishop h5. King goes to e3. And I mean, as I said, we calculated bishop f3, but ultimately, I didn't see a way that this queen e1 move was delivering a forced mate. So take on d4 and keep it going. King goes to d3. I think knight to... I mean, holy smokes, knight e5 is a sexy move here. According to the engine. Knight e5, of course, drops the queen, and pawn takes, gets checkmated in 2. So that's a hot move. Knight b4 is what we did. Keep it nice and simple. Win at least a piece and maybe more here. Yeah, I mean, I think king d2 is better. He plays king takes d4. Now queen f2 and getting in there with the pieces. Bishop e3. Lots of tempting moves, but none better than knight takes c2 for sure. King to d3, and now once we got this bishop to guard the knight, it was clear that we were going to be fine. Now take that, king c3. And again, many moves, but I like the way we played it. Kept it nice and concise. And found the best way to checkmate. GG. Who's next, says Alan. That's all you're thinking about? Who's next? Well, every time we played the Scandinavian so far, I feel like nobody has taken. What's with that? Why is no one taking the Scandinavian pawn? It's unreal. Thanks for the 8 months with Prime there, Skatey Barra. People play e5. I've seen people play knight here. I've seen people play pawn here. It's like, no, can't play that way. For some reason, people are not taking. All right, let's keep playing because I haven't even got the white pieces yet. I'm assuming I'll get the white pieces next. So let me know, guys. I think I'll get white. What openings would you like to see? We had black both games so far. Thank you, Free Fly Sky Diver, for the 2 subs. Appreciate it, buddy. Oh my goodness, we got the black pieces again. Rigged. All right, what should we play against e4? We got black again. All right, let's play the Caro-Kann. I'll go c6. What can we learn about this here? There we go, main line, right? Of course, they're going to take the center. Okay, c6, d5, knight to c3 by white, and he knows what he's doing. He knows his theory. Takes, knight takes is, I mean, no matter where white puts that knight, this is the main line, so I'm going to continue with that. We'll see if he has any magic here, or if it's just going to be knight takes pawn, which I certainly expect. All right. I like this opponent already. He's taking his time on even the first couple moves, which I absolutely think is a way healthier way to approach rapid than the people who are bulleting every move. So look, if you want to take 15, 20 seconds and make sure knight takes pawn is okay, I think you're on the right track, buddy. Okay, after knight takes, there's I would say 2 main moves. There's a few different lines to play, but bishop f5, knight g3 is kind of like very, very old main line. Knight f6 is rather trendy line that people play nowadays. And there are other moves, but I would say those are the 2 main moves by far here. Bishop to f5 and knight f6. Personally, I like knight f6 a little more. Bishop f5, knight g3, bishop g6. That's like old theory. It's still good, but I find it a little bit boring. Knight f6, knight takes. You can spice it up with g takes f6 or just e takes, and the double pawns on f6 give you a very double-edged game. So I am going to go with knight f6, and we'll see if we can get him to capture. It looks really weird to take double pawns voluntarily, which is why a lot of people played knight d7 and then knight there to take back the knight. But these double pawns are actually really good, and it's honestly a shame we didn't even get to see them in action because my opponent has just brought his knight back to c3. Now, huge mistake for a Caro-Kann player would be to play e6. Awful move, awful blunder. I'll go so far as to call it a blunder. No, it's not actually a blunder, but it just goes against the whole mantra of the opening. You play c6, d5 to leave this bishop open, get it open as early as possible. You need to develop this bishop before you play e6, plain and simple. So bishop g4 or bishop f5, to me, are the only moves worth considering, right? Knight d7 even doesn't make sense because it blocks your bishop. e6 to get this guy out, well, solve this bishop first. So need to play these two moves. In general, bishop g4 without a knight there is never going to make as much sense to me. So I'm more of a bishop f5 kind of guy. Now e6 will pretty much be my next move. We'll wait and see what he does, obviously. But now that I've got the bishop out, e6, right? I want this bishop to go to e7 or d6. This knight goes to d7. And the way that I just, like these arrows right here, that's exactly the way the setup is going to look for the Caro-Kann very, very often. So it's worth remembering these basic squares for the pieces. All right, he played bishop d3, challenged my bishop. That's fine. I can either go back or take it. I'm just going to keep it real simple for the moment, and I'm going to take. So that I don't get double pawns here at all. Nothing. Just a nice, clean pawn structure. What's my next move? Definitely going to be e6. You want to play e6 pretty much as fast as possible in this opening. But of course, you never want to do it before you get your bishop out. So we can see I'm sort of accomplishing that. And whoa, what a strange decision. Now, the only way that I could give my opponent a pat on the back here is by saying, nice job. You did not bring your queen out early. I know this move looks crazy, but this guy, I can already tell, is going to have a much more successful game than most players at this rating because he's not bringing his queen out. And he might be doing it to his detriment here, but there's a reason that he's probably going to be better off than people who play, you know, queen h5, queen f3, go for scholar's mate. He's playing a real opening here. He clearly didn't want to bring his queen out. You know, while it's not a good move here, obviously, I can give him a little bit of, I can give him some props for not wanting to bring the queen out. Now, that being said, we're not going easy here. I'm going to take this free pawn. That's why you should have taken with the queen. I have no qualms with taking that. Right? I know it's annoying that we're going to have to deal with some moves that attack our queen, but what am I looking to do? I'm looking to go in, capture, and go right back out. So we'll wait and see where our opponent moves, but one piece of advice I have, and that I think a lot of people are uncomfortable with this concept, but you would be surprised that most of the time, the square that your queen just came from is the safest square on the board. I know it looks stupid to go like all the way back where you just went, but I will point out that a lot of people are afraid to like go back there because it feels like a waste of time. But very often this is the best square because you can still pivot later to whichever side of the board you want. And oftentimes people bring their queen out and then they try to justify their queen out. They're like, oh yeah, I brought my queen out, so we got to make this work. So they play a move like queen here. And then all of a sudden they get attacked later by more pieces. Knight e2, a3, they go here, b4, they go here. Knight on e2, white plays bishop f4. It's like you're moving your queen 50 times. Like, relax. Queen d7, oh, my knight wanted to go there. Queen d6, oh, blocks my bishop. Queen e5, oh, knight f3. So I'm just saying, it's not crazy to move your queen back all the way to d8 or d1, depending which color you are. Like, it's not going to be the worst thing you've ever done. Right? Queen h4, knight here. Now, queen g4 is the perfect example in my opinion, perfect example of a move that I'm tempted by, but I'm not going to play in this current position, I think. I'm going to analyze it, but I don't think I'm going to play it. So queen g4, if he takes it, I play knight takes. I am the happiest person ever because I just won a pawn, and now my next thing I'm doing is trading queens. Perfect. It's great, right? So queen g4. But what I'm at least considering is the possibility that white might play queen b3. And it's like, okay, I take here, you take here, I take here, you take there, I take there. It's like, what the hell is going on there? I don't know. Like, I can't even verify what's happening at that point. So I'm a little nervous about doing that. And I just think so many times bringing the queen back is the healthiest thing to do. So in this position, I actually think queen g4 might be a slightly better move. But I think it's more instructive to play a move like queen d8. It's so safe, so simple. I'm hoping that that it'll be a good reminder that, you know, once you bring your queen out, you don't need to leave it there. All right, he plays d4. What did I say was the most important move in this whole opening? We're going to play it right now. It's e6. Not going to think twice. Where does this knight go? You already know. Where does this bishop go? Either one of these squares, you will not be making a mistake. Both are very, very acceptable. So this, and castle. Absolutely what I want to be doing my next 3 moves. Unless he threatens something. But I see too many low-rated players, like, first of all, I always say don't bring your queen out. But okay, in this case, I brought my queen out to nab a pawn. But listening to my own advice, I'm not going to, like, keep my queen out there because she's just going to get in trouble, get harassed, attacked. Not worth it. I suppose I could bring the bishop out first. I'm going to be a little bit more ambitious and play bishop d6. The knight d7 and castle in my next couple moves. Why not bishop b4? Well, you guys tell me. After bishop b4, are you planning to take this knight? Honest question. Are you planning to take the knight? Because if you're not planning to take the knight, then that's already your answer right there. If you're not planning to take the knight, then why the hell is the bishop there? You're going to get attacked. You're like queen there, pawn there. If you're not planning to take the knight, then that's your answer right there. Why the hell are you putting the bishop there? If you are planning to take the knight, then we can go a step further and say, well, you probably shouldn't because your pawns are all on light squares. Your dark squares are going to be super weak. And white has an isolated pawn. And you're going to fix that for him and give him control of the d5 square with the c pawn. Connect a pawn to the d pawn so it's not isolated anymore. Many reasons. Let's castle. There's a big difference, you know, for the most part, between the queen side and the king side. So a lot of us play bishop g4, right? Or bishop g5. It's a very important concept. You play bishop g4, you play bishop g5. You're pinning the knight to what? The queen, right? On the other side of the board, what are you pinning the knight to? The king. The king almost always vacates to castle, meaning eventually you're going to be pinning the knight to nothing. So you either got to take the knight or the knight's going to move. If you're not planning to take the knight, then you're not serving any purpose there because you're not pinning the knight to anything. Double pawns right here are a lot worse for black and white than double pawns here. So you're not inflicting as much damage with a pin over here. And most importantly, when someone plays bishop g5 and you play h6 and they go back, they don't capture the knight and they keep the pin. You never really want to play g5, right? That weakens where your king's going to go. But guess what? The queen side's not the same. There's no kings over there usually. So if someone pins me with bishop b4, yes, I am going to play a3. And if you keep the pin with bishop a5, first of all, there's no pin usually because the king's castled, but I don't care. I'm going to play b4. a3, b4 helps me gain space, whereas h6, g5 weakens my king. So much worse for me to deal with a pin on the king side, which is why bishop g5 and bishop g4 are important moves. Pins on the queen side don't actually mean as much. They're not, they don't hurt as much. I'm going to take, though. He's threatening my bishop, and he's offering me a trade. I'm not going to overthink here. Let's just take and bring our other knight in. He has an isolated pawn. The number one thing you do when you see your opponent has an isolated pawn is control the square in front of it. So we're doing that literally to the maximum here. We're executing perfectly. Moves I'm thinking about next are like h6, and then literally like knight d5. So I'm going to go with h6. This is just a good habits move to play. Get an escape square, stop maybe a pin or an knight g5 move. Just feels good. My opponent should be bringing rooks to the middle, or maybe playing h3 themselves. That would be a good one. Knight e5 is an example of a hasty move that he may not realize is a mistake. Nice move. Very nice move. I like h3 a lot. Obviously, I just played h6, so it's a perfect time to do it. But stops knight g4, and in general, it's just a very high-quality move. So I want to bring a rook to the d file. There's no question about that. I probably want to bring my queen to one side. Queen d7 is okay, but you know, maybe I might want to double rooks there. Knight d5 looks great. Moving the queen out of the way looks great. Moves I would never want to do, e5 and c5. Never, ever. This pawn is weak. I want to use these pawns to keep it there. So I don't like c5. I know there's some people that are really interested in c5, but you guys are just playing for tricks. Pawn takes bishop h2. Now, what's the likelihood that works here? Probably close to 100%. But does that mean c5 is a good move? Hell no. White should move the queen, and all of a sudden I'm trading off. I have to trade off my pawn for white's weakness. So that is absolutely not how to play chess. I'm going to move my queen somewhere. I'm going to go to a5. I was thinking about b6. Don't love that because of the bishop. I was thinking about c7. Don't love that because of the rook. Thinking about e7. Same idea with the rook. Just put it somewhere safe. And now look to bring a rook to the d file. Yeah, so this is just getting out of the way. If bishop goes back to d2, then maybe I could go to b6. Now the bishop's not there, and I'm making a threat. Plus, I have this amazing d5 square that my queen can always use. So again, let's bring a rook exactly where we said we wanted it. Kind of ignoring this move. I'm assuming that he wants to play b4, but again, not terribly bothered by that. Queen has probably two main squares I'd look to move here. One of them is d5. The other one is f5. f5 is going to make a lot less sense, but I actually believe it's the better move here. It's like, why would I double my pawns like that? Well, after I double them, I still have control of the d5 square, and f4 to kick the bishop out. Slowly start to gain my space over there. So I'm a big fan of this, even though technically I think queen d5, keeping the pawn structure intact is nice. I'm actually just a very big fan of this. Why not queen h5? I just don't know what I'm doing there on h5. Seems to me like I'm doing absolutely nothing. So trying to move somewhere useful. Okay. I'll trade the queens, because hopefully now we can focus on how to play against an isolated pawn. The first thing that I would like to point out is that a trade of knights is very okay for me. Bishop against bishop I want to have. If I trade bishop for knight, that's also great for me. Big fan of that. Objectively, the least attractive trade for me here is knight for bishop. Because like my bishop's great, but I don't really want to hand him a knight. If he has a knight, I'd probably rather have a knight. I don't really like trading my knight for the bishop, and I don't really like trading the bishop for the bishop. So my favorite situations are where he has a bishop, and it's either against my knight or my bishop. And that's because his pawns are starting to become locked and fixed on dark squares. So I want him to have that bishop later. He's going to only be playing defense with it. So now that I've established that, after I play knight d5, let's say I play it, I would never consider taking, because I've already worked out in my head. I have no interest in capturing that bishop. I've already worked that out. Me, I'm going to play rook d7, rook d8, just start to maximize the pressure there. Again, knight e5 is still a way that my opponent could go wrong here. Needs to be careful of that. But we have an isolated pawn to play against, and hopefully this is relatively instructive, but you really don't want to rush. There's a lot of good plans here for black. Like, it's a very good position objectively. I like the move a5 there, but I'm going to try to choose a, I don't know, just a really, really basic way to play that won't be too complicated to understand. Because a5 will not always be available. If that pawn was just back on b2, then all of a sudden, if I told you guys, hey, a5 here is just an amazing move for black, well, if the pawn was on b2, you wouldn't have a5. And then you'd be like, okay, well, great, what am I supposed to do now? So the way that I'm going to show you to play is a way that I think you can just always use. Playing against this pawn. Okay, rook b3. I like the move. It does look to me like his intention is to play b5, so I'm just gonna play a6 and make it like real obvious what I'm trying to do. Pawns on light squares in general, I'm gonna be happier with. But really love the way the opponent's playing. Good stuff. All right, a4. Now, b5 is not a threat. Let's start with that. Because this rook is hanging down there. So we can start with the fact that I don't even think that's playable. I'm going to get my knight into this great square. It also threatens a pawn, which is never bad. Bishop d2 is probably the best move for him. But again, this is not a concern right now. Most positions with an isolated pawn usually have a knight on f3, which means most times when dealing with these situations, you probably want to play the move f6 at some point. So this will probably be the next move on the horizon for me. It's being hit here. I'm interested in taking, but at the moment, I'm not sure if taking makes things the absolute easiest for me, especially because I'm threatening this pawn. But you know, I'm gonna stick to the basics here. I was kind of talking about how I always wanted to play knight against bishop, so I am gonna take it and play that position. I'm not sure that it's the absolute best here, but I do kind of like it in principle, so I'll play bishop takes knight. Knight against bishop, and I've got all my pawns on light squares. So really the only reason that I would that I would get rid of his isolated pawn is I've got one of these matchups, let's call it, that I said I was looking for, right? I kind of wanted to play this, so that's the only reason. Knight takes bishop definitely could be played, but I don't think I'm going to go for that. I'll put another pawn on a light square here. And most likely what I'm going to do next is f6 and king f7. Start to bring my king in. The other idea would be to play king in to f5 like that. So we'll see. But I'm just going to put another pawn on a light square. b5. It's unfortunate considering it's been a tremendous game from white. So this blunder is a little underwhelming. Would g6 be a bad move? Yes, I would say g6 is a bad move. Too many pawns on light squares, you're losing your dark square control. But I think f6 and king f7 is a good balance. This is really unfortunate. He absolutely played a great game. And now is going to be in a worse spot. So now because I'm up 2 pawns, I'm going to take. Now I'm going to take. And the only reason is he blundered a pawn there, so I know that the simplest way to win is always going to be to just trade. So take here. He didn't even take back, which is another blunder for him. So, man, a really great game. But then b5, and then just not taking my knight. All of a sudden, we're going to win this game sort of really handily, but did not expect to do that. We're going to give a check. As the king goes here, then we can give another check. And now I save my knight. I can also go take this pawn. And of course, because our h-pawn is here, we're not worried about getting mated on the back rank. So that's check, and I think we can take here. And I would say most likely, after taking here, I think rook b3 is a pretty understandable blunder, running into knight d2. So I think this is pretty good. The only other move I'm considering is h4 because it threatens to checkmate in a couple moves. But h4, he can play g4. I don't think it's the best move if he plays g4. So I'm not gonna play hope chess. I'm just gonna play the best chess. I think this one is the best. Rook b3, then knight d2, and if he plays g3 to try to get out of that, then we would just play b4. So let's go here. Now with the rook gone, I am more interested in h4. Because now g4, I'll take that. So the first thing I'm going to calculate is this. b4 takes b3. Can't take it because of that. G3 to get the king out. And now I can't actually play b2, which is unfortunate. Can't really play it. So I have 2 moves that I would consider here. The first one is h4. Like I said, I'm very interested in that. The other one is rook d7, because that'll guard this pawn, and it'll allow me to push this pawn, and the rook can never actually catch it on the b file. So rook d7 will always be there, it looks like. I think I'm going to start with h4, because now if he plays g4, I can also win a pawn there. But now it's a lot better than when the rook was on a3, because now g4, nothing would happen. We wouldn't win a pawn. But with the rook gone, now we would actually win a pawn. He doesn't play it. We all know what we played h4 for, to guard our knight. So this is double check. 2 checks. Can't take it. Now we're able to deliver this sort of hook checkmate. Like that. Really good game by my opponent there. My opinion. Thought he played well. I would not be surprised to see the game review reflect that. And look at that. 77.3. A very nice game by white. His blunders all came at the end, unfortunately. Caro-Kann, knight f6, knight c3. Definitely not a top move. Not a mistake by any means, but not a top move. And yeah, we knew this was a mistake by him early on, but I really think that he just didn't want to bring his queen out early, and I respect you, man. Keep doing that. I guarantee it's going to serve him well. We just played a nice, simple move. Go back. Always think this is something that needs to be highlighted for people so that you don't get the impression that once you bring your queen out, you have to like keep it out and just like move to all these squares that get attacked. I think this is a lot easier to understand. E6. Okay, we got developed, trades, H6, H3. He was playing really well. I was a fan of Queen F5. He goes here, and he's just playing great here. A6, just to stay, you know, stay on the light squares. Our game is all about light squares. We go A6, he goes A4, bring the knight in, knight E5, and okay, decided to take the knight. And definitely taking on E3 is an option here, but I went for H5, planning F6, and the reason why I played H5 is because I want to play F6 and take with the pawn, and I couldn't do that right there. Doubling the rooks was always an option there, but I wanted to play F6 because that bishop was about to come into D6 on the dark squares. Again, pretty tough to handle. So this was just unfortunate. He'd played such a good game up to here. Really, really played well. And then when it came down to it, that's a blunder. That's okay. I decided to simplify and he didn't even take my piece back. Ouch. It looked so good and then just blunder, blunder in a row. And then we were able to get the mate. But I thought he really played well overall. And his idea to not bring the queen out, I totally respect. So that was the Caro-Kann. I like this knight f6 line. Knight c3, I actually haven't really seen that move too much. But just remember to get your bishop out, then e6 after, never e6 first. And then your standard Caro-Kann moves are always, you know, you want this structure in the Caro-Kann. Knight f6, knight d7, bishop e7 or d6, castle, maybe h6, queen somewhere, c7, b6, a5, depends on what his setup looks like. And then bring some rooks to the middle of the board. You know, it's really that simple. We played like a 1400. Yeah, it's all relative, eh? You don't have to play like a GM. If your opponent is playing like a 1000, a 950, all you need to do is play like a 1400 and you'll beat him. You don't have to waste your energy. If I played like a 2800 this game, there would be a lot of wasted talent there, right? I only have so many good moves I can play in my chess career. If I only need to play like a 1400 to win, then I only will. Not going to overexert myself. Not going to waste all my good moves. They're unnecessary. They have a limited number. McNull, thanks for 17 months, buddy. Cheers, McNull. Good to have you back. I am Blue96. Thanks for the brand new Prime sub. Smucker, wide shaft, 45 months with Prime. Cheers, Smucker. MapRail, it's great to see you as well. 5,000 bits from MapRail. Thank you kindly. Have you been catching much of the slow chess series, MapRail? Don't know if you're still here. I'm trying, usually if I'm in the middle of a rapid game, sorry in advance if anyone's supporting during the game, but I usually just call it out after, so sorry just getting to them now, but Herps, thanks for the 4 months with Prime. Nooch, brand new Prime sub. Bill Clapp, 81 months with Prime. Thank you, Bill Clapp. Long time for Bill. Prime for 81 months is a super long time. And Juho J, thanks very much for the 300 bits. First one. Well, obviously we started at 400 MapRail, so we have gotten some games in. so far. So we've started at 400. That's 650 now. Just wanted to do a slow chess series, playing rapid, explaining in detail what I'm thinking and how I play certain openings. I'm assuming over the course of this whole series, which will be a lot of games and it will take a while, that I will cover some, if not all, of the openings that you might think to play, and hopefully most of the responses as well. But honestly, we haven't gotten the white pieces yet, so I feel inclined to go again. What do you guys think? We've got black every single game. I think we played 3 games. We got black every time. Free Fly Skydiver. The Monday beer money. 5,069 bits. That's a bright blue shiny number. Thank you, Free Fly. Always with the beer money. We'll have to keep going on runs for you there, Free Fly. Thanks so much. Supporting with the bits here. Old Man Winter. I recognize that name. Just subbed earlier today. I was calling that out earlier. Old Man Winter, thanks for the lessons. You are very patient, and it really helps me think things through. You're more than welcome. And Old Man Winter, this stuff will be on YouTube as well. It's not there yet, but in time it will all make its way to YouTube. In case you guys want to rewatch the VODs, and they might not be on Twitch. Every VOD that doesn't have copyright music issues or whatever will always be on YouTube. Exclamation mark VODs. There'll be a link there in case you want to watch it again and we haven't released it officially on our main YouTube channel. You can check out our VODs channel. A lot of people ask about that. But we have a whole YouTube channel dedicated to like the full upload of the stream. So that might help. But thanks for the $50 tip there, Old Man Winter. Big 50 bomb. Free Fly with another, 5,000. He's hit his with the 50s as well. Map Rail, 5,000 bits. Your 50s all around there. And Juho J, 5 gifted subs. His own version of a 50. Thank you, Juho J. Thank you kindly. Let's go for another game. There's good energy in the chat, but we still haven't got the goddamn white pieces. I'm waiting. Is this going to be the game? Let me know what I should play with the white pieces if I finally get them. I literally have to get the white pieces now. I will actually complain at this point. All right, we got the white pieces. 15-minute game here. How should we start it off? All right, you know what? Let's start with e4. Let's start with e4. Wasn't sure what opening we were going to get. We got the Caro-Kann. I'm excited. New opening. I don't think we've faced the Caro-Kann too often. Against d5. c5 is all sorts of openings to play as white. Against c6. d4, knight f3, knight c3. These are the main moves to play. So I think after c6, I am going to go for very simple opening, which is just instead of d4 and d5, it's just knight f3, d5, and knight c3. So it's just the 2 knights version of the Caro-Kann. It's a really easy variation to play. I don't think it's a lot to remember. And also, most people, they're ready for you to play the main line, which is both your pawns going in the middle. This catches a lot of people off guard. So I've had a lot of success with it. Even if your opponent plays one of the best lines, I think you're still very happy. So I definitely recommend it. e5, I mean, he's already asking me the tough questions. Why the heck can I not take that, Now, one thing that comes to mind is if I take it, and he takes on e4, and I take on e4, that he can play queen d4, and I'm actually losing a knight there, kind of remarkably. It's crazy. But I am losing a knight there. So takes on e5, pawn takes e4 is a little bit challenging. Am I afraid of d4? No. I won't go into detail about d4, but obviously it didn't happen. If it did, I would play knight e2. If I take and then d4 happens, it's important to remember there's no queen a5 check to win my knight because my pawn's there. But I will say after the move e5, what I think needs to happen is takes, and after pawn takes, then maybe capture on e5. That makes a little bit more sense. Rather than just taking immediately and allowing pawn takes there. Because those two knights stacked up in the middle of the board, that doesn't feel right. So I'm going to take on d5. Then I think I can go and grab this, this pawn here. Yeah, so yeah, knight takes e5 definitely looks like the move. If pawn goes to d4, again, I'm not feeling confident in that move. Move like queen e7 just feels very scary to me. But what I am going to do is take here and then look to play quick bishop check and then either get my king castled or play queen e2. So I am interested in knight takes e5 here. If queen e7, I can always break the pin. If you want to pin me with queen e7, I can do the same thing and unpin with queen e2. Okay, so my next couple moves I'm looking at, bishop there, queen there, castle. Queen e7, what did I say? So he wants to pin my knight, and I'm looking at a few things here. If I play d4, f4, you know, his idea is f6. He wants to attack the knight now that it's been pinned. I get that. But takes f6, knight takes d5, it's possible that he gets into some trouble there. Right? That's not necessarily, doesn't necessarily make the most sense. However, I still feel like in that situation, it's unnecessary for me to have this knight hanging, and then he plays a move like queen d6, queen d8, my other knight's hanging. I mean, yes, there might be some stuff with queen h5, but that does look like a lot to calculate. It really does. So the moves that I'm looking at here are actually bishop b5 check first, like sort of interesting, and then castle. So the thing is, the queen is threatening to take the knight. But if my king was castled and the queen took the knight, I could just go rook e1. So if I give a check here and then I castle, this threat doesn't really exist. I have rook e1 incoming. I'm liking the look of that. I do think d4 with the idea to take here, or I do think queen e2. These are all good moves, but I don't think that anything really touches the speed that I'm developing with bishop b5 check. Nothing really compares to that. After knight there, we can just castle. If the queen takes our knight, rook e1 will pin the queen to the king. And this is like punishing someone that's not moving their pieces. What have I said about these players? They do not need to bring their queen out so early. And once again, it's happening. Queen e7. It's like, no, don't do that. Don't do it. If I take this, knight takes, and then maybe the knight takes my knight, I don't like that. So I'm definitely going to be castling. If bishop captures on b5, we'll just take back. Again, queen takes knight is not possible. So it's important not to take this bishop, though, because no need to bring his knight into the game and have it attack my knight for free like that. But yeah, queen takes knight, just that's the reason. You don't bring queen out that early, punishing my opponent for having the queen out too early and not castling. Two huge mistakes that people make when they're starting out in chess, and continue to make even up the rating ladder. But it's very prevalent here in this position, you can see. Queen takes c5, rook e1. Of course, bishop takes bishop, we'll recapture. And now I'm really threatening things like knight takes d5. I'm threatening things like rook e1 anyway, to bring the rook on the open e-file. I'm also intending to play simple moves like d4, bishop out, you know, just everything normal. But my next couple moves, they might be really devastating for black to handle. Not sure what he's gonna do here. Knight c6, knight f6. These moves come to mind. Knight f6, you know, guards the pawn, develops a piece. That feels like a high quality move. But I'm very concerned after rook e1. I don't know what he's gonna do about this. If he plays d4, what am I gonna do? That's a fair question. My first instinct is like knight takes d7 because knight takes, and then rook e1 will just win the queen outright. So yeah, I think d4 knight d7 should win the game. Maybe there's like d4 knight d5, but to me, knight takes d7 is absolutely the simplest. Like basically if it was my turn here, knight d7 and rook e1 would be the easiest way to win. So d4 does not really change that. He's spending his time here, but I'm happy to see that. I like to see people using their time. He knows it's a rough position. And although he has not even like moved a single piece to help him castle, and although he's moved his queen out early, you know, he did do this because he thought he might be winning the knight, pinning it to my king. Obviously, we had a really energetic reaction. From his perspective, right, he thought this was like, wait, I'm attacking the knight. The only thing you can do is defend it, and then I'm attacking it again. You can't move it, right? I think it's very fair from his perspective, even though he might know not to move the queen out early. He thought he had a winning idea. White's reply is just super energetic. It looks like we can't castle. We give a check, and then we castle. And suddenly he's on the back foot. And it just turned around like, you know, in a series of 2 moves there. Didn't look dangerous for black at all. It looked like white was on the back foot, but now we can see that black is actually struggling. If I was playing with the black pieces, how would I try to get out of this mess? Sadly, I might have to play a move like queen d6 to, you know, then at least after knight takes, I can put a piece on e7 to block a check, and it gets off the e file. And it's not pretty, but maybe I would do queen d6. So he decided to take the knight. I think you guys know what I'm gonna do. Rook to e1. Now I don't know. I see a lot of people in chat kind of like laughing here because he just spent a long time and this is the move he came up with. I wouldn't be so quick to laugh. My opponent gets a knight and a rook for a queen. And in my opinion, some of the ways that he could have played instead, like knight f6, I think are actually worse positions for black than taking a knight and rook for a queen. So I agree, it's definitely bad. But, you know, a knight and rook for a queen is not the end of the world. And I think his position was really, really bad anyway. So I'm not sure I had much of a better recommendation than this. I would maybe have tried queen d6 by him. Maybe that move was better than this, but other than that, I did not have a good recommendation. Bishop d6, like, you know, gotta give him some credit here. He's getting developed. He's gonna fall in to, unfortunately, another trap here. I call it a trap, tactic, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to take the queen. He's going to take back, but then I'm going to do the exact same thing again. I'm going to pin him once more with queen e2. So it's like, great. You get the knight and you also get the rook now. But after I play queen e2, you're going to lose the bishop. f6. Well, knight c6 doesn't help at all because I can take it, but f6 runs into d4, and we capture that bishop next. Yeah, guarding the bishop, but now, just like when the queen was pinned, we're able to just pick up this bishop for nothing. What about f4? There's no way you could make a case that if you have 2 pawns to push, why would you not push the pawn that's in the center, that opens up your bishop, versus one near your king, which opens up a diagonal and doesn't help you develop your pieces at all. So it's kind of a no-brainer. If there's only 2 options, you would pick d4 10 times out of 10. Okay, so bishop takes. Now I could just play knight takes because I'm in no particular rush. Because this is pinned, but queen takes gives a check, then I can take back here, and then I can take on b7. So both moves are good here, but I am going to choose queen takes, I think. But I do want to point out that I think knight takes on b5 was a fine move as well. Maybe better, I'm not sure. Very, very close. Okay, knight c6. Yes, this bishop is hanging, but I think queen takes b7 needs to happen. Hits the rook, hits the knight, hits g7, where it's going to trap another rook, and the bishop's still hanging on e5. So I feel wildly attracted to this move. If I take the bishop, I think black will long castle. The king guards this pawn. I mean, obviously, he might just take it back and lose the game with queen b7, but we can't play chess like that. I think queen b7 is the best move. There's just a lot hanging here. He can't castle. The rooks are not connected. Knight e7 drops a lot of stuff. And this bishop is still hanging. Rook d8, the only safe... Well, I mean, you go rook b8 as well. But rook b8, rook d8, I take the knight with check, and then I take the bishop. And obviously, I've profited by playing queen takes b7. An intermediate move. And what's the material? It's queen for rook right now, right? Queen for rook, and he does have a knight as well, but trust me, at least a piece is falling here. So the end result, at best for him, will be queen for rook and maybe a bunch of pawns in my favor. Easily fixed, though. Really easily fixed. Don't bring the queen out so early. Get castled as soon as possible. Are you guys starting to see why we come up with, like... I'm not making that stuff up, right? When I do the Habits series, there's a reason why you guys, if you follow the habits, are not going to be in positions like this. Because you're not going to be moving your queen early. You're going to be castling as soon as possible. You're not going to have your king in the middle of the board. There's a reason why the habits even exist. It's like, it's pretty much the opposite of whatever you're seeing in these games here. I like that he's thinking, though. I really like that. I don't think he's going to be able to save, you know, a piece here. He's going to lose at least a piece. But he's not just bulleting out the moves. He's definitely a good rapid player. just in terms of the format. All right, now we do want to take this with a check. Queen takes here could be done, but if I'm winning one rook, I'd rather win 2 pieces. That's a check. Bishop is loose. King needs to move, and perhaps, you know, if the king moves there, I could even throw in another check by taking that pawn. As tempting as this is, I actually don't know if it is the best move. Still, I'm going to take it because it's with check, but there was definitely a real consideration for just pawn takes on e5 there. So yeah, let's just keep it simple. I mean, pawn off the board with check, why not? King needs to save itself here, and this should fall on the next turn. You know, if king f8 or king e8, the reason I'm happy to see that is because I know these rooks will not connect and the rooks won't get developed. More annoying is if somehow this knight gets developed, the rook gets out. So king f8, we're definitely happy to see. Let's keep it simple and take the bishop. Knight e7, I assume, will be played. We're threatening queen d6. Knight e7 is a good move, though. Very nice. So now our queen needs to move. Queen d6 doesn't really have the same impact because of king f7 in terms of winning the rook. But I like it because we have e6 check after that. So queen to me, queen d6 still holds a special place in my heart. Hitting the rook, and if rook b6, we have queen d8 winning the rook. And if king f7, we have e6, where the king stepping backwards would lose the rook and maybe get mated, and the king stepping forwards would lose the knight. Again, good move. Like, he might be looking at this and seeing that. Okay, this takes care of it. Queen d8 check. He must go forwards, and then queen takes rook. Why don't I blunder my queen to make it competitive? Honestly, it's a fair question, but first of all, if you'd like to see me blunder my queen and make it competitive, I have a speedrun series fully uploaded on our YouTube channel already. You can check it out. It's Amon's No Queen Speedrun, where I start with a low rating and I sacrifice my queen every single game for a pawn, and I go all the way up to 2100 elo. So if you really want to see that, I've already done it for you. Also, the whole point of this is to be relatively educational. I'm definitely not looking to checkmate these guys with like bishops, knights, and like look for better. No, I'm not really looking to do that at all. I'm trying to show you guys that, look, if you guys were in this position with white, you wouldn't be guaranteed to win, right? You guys are the type of guys to go king f7, you take the rook as white, black plays rook e6, you take the pawn, and then you get checkmated. Like, straight up. So a lot of people think that this part of the game is just the fun part, whereas this part of the game is actually still maybe very, very instructive. Doesn't matter. Maybe you're having fun watching. That's fine. But I'm just saying, being up a ton of material, there's a reason why you guys don't just win those games. Because it's still a task. It's not like completely winning. It's not easy to do. So watching me and how I might win up a lot of material, I think is still relatively useful. And if you don't think it's useful, well, then enjoy it. Have fun watching me siphon every last pawn off the board. I'll take... He saved his pawn. I'll take that one. Of course, our bishop needs to develop and our rook needs to join, and that's pretty much the final touch. And there we go. Rook takes. Gonna keep it very, very simple here. Just develop the bishop. It's tempting to keep moving our queen because it's the strongest piece we have, but ultimately your queen is going to become stronger when you bring other pieces into the attack. That's just how it works. Trying to think of like a, you know, like a combat analogy, but I feel like if, you know, you show up and you have a, you know, you have like a trebuchet and you're using it from a long way away to break down the castle walls. Well, if you don't have anyone else joining you in the attack and you only have a trebuchet, then people are just going to walk up to the trebuchet and just destroy it. But as soon as you add other elements like, oh, we got the foot soldiers over here, we got the archers over there, we got the cavalry over here, then nobody has time to go pay attention to the trebuchet because they have to deal with all the other threats in the position. So sure, this is like the trebuchet, but it's not very useful if it's just on its own. Very, very ineffective for the most part. All right, rook d1. We're looking to bring the rook in. Yeah, that's right. I knew I could get people on the Age of Empires analogies. Look at you. Now you all understand chess, don't you? Rook d7. Let's bring the rook in. Now, if the knight goes back, that's another story. We could use one of our minor pieces to attack it. The king goes forward, and I'm going to use the queen and rook to find a checkmate. I'm hunting the king right here. If the knight blocks, we can take it. The king only has one square, and it's f5. And then the queen can deliver a checkmate here. And, you know, from the queen being on h8, it only took a couple moves to activate our pieces. And then all of a sudden, look how strong the queen is. But the queen couldn't have done this checkmate on her own. It's a product of bringing more pieces into the attack. GG, that boy Gotti. Let's look at that game review. Exactly. Bring more people into the attack. Bring more boys to the party. So, two knights, Caro Kann. If d4, then I would have been happy to play knight e2. Knight g3. Get my bishop out after. Ultimately, he played e5, which is definitely not a good move. Obviously, it's hanging a pawn. But I think taking it right away, although it's good, I don't think it's as good as taking on d5. So I was actually a little apprehensive playing knight takes e5. I decided to take here. Just to trade first, and now knight takes e5. And I know that bishop to b5 check, queen e2, and castle are coming up. But my opponent, when he went for it with queen e7. And for example, bishop b5 check, bishop d7, castle, and it's really tough to play here. Really tough. Black's top moves, as you can see, are probably going to be moves that get the king out of the way. But this is what I was saying. during the game, it's like the opponent played queen takes e5, and we were like, oh, haha, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. Now, you're probably all correct. He might have played this move and not even seen rook e1. But the point still stands. Queen takes e5 here. I mean, it's still a top move according to the engine. Easily a top move, because the position is so bad if you keep your queen that actually losing the queen for a knight and a rook might not be so bad. So it's like, at what point do you give credit to someone? If the 690 rated opponent doesn't play queen takes knight, and instead he plays like knight f6, right? The eval suddenly gets a lot worse. And all of a sudden, knight takes here, takes, maybe rook e1, and he's dead in the water. And it's like, oh man, you're losing your queen for maybe just a rook there. Or you're losing a full piece, and then you're going to lose your queen after. It's like, at what point do you give them some credit? Queen e5, it is one of the best moves. I don't know, I don't really think it's a blunder. I'm sure he didn't see all the variations that were happening there, but still, he played a top move. He definitely spent some time on his clock and recognized, okay, I'm pretty screwed here. Like, my king needs to be castled. Now, he missed the follow-up moves. Bishop d6 was definitely not the right move because of queen e2, but I feel like you can't have it both ways. It's like if he didn't lose his queen there, he would have actually been making a bigger blunder. Do we give him credit for that, even though it's a worse move? Or do we give him credit for the best move, even though it looks like a blunder? It's like, can't have it both ways. Yeah, we just started cleaning up the pieces here. And it's just about bringing other pieces into the attack, and then that will lead to mate. Good game. That was a nice game by my opponent as well, but again, I just thought it was really instructive. Not castling and bringing the queen out. God damn. If that ain't damning evidence. That's been the case in every single game that we've played so far. Every single game. People bring the queen out too early. People do not castle, and they're losing very, very quickly. Between hanging like full pieces, not castling and bringing the queen out, I've probably won every game mostly based on that. What was the performance? Here, I'll show you. 1450. My avatar is like perfect. It's exactly how I feel seeing that. That's exactly how I feel. J Mike P, thanks for the 5 months with Prime. Fractal, tier 3 for 30 months. Welcome back, Fractal. Coffee to Sucrose, appreciate the 4 months from you. Maori Lizard, 4 months as well. But that's a Prime as well, so thanks, Maori. Thank you very much. Must be correct, Mike. Must be correct. All right, guys. GG's. I think I'm done the Slowbrah for today. We finally got the white pieces, so I'll leave it there. I'm also going to wrap up the stream for today. It's... we've been live since the morning here, so we got a good 7 hours in today on a Monday, which sometimes I don't stream as much, so happy to get in a Monday session. Tomorrow, you guys know, is a very busy day, right? Title Tuesday, as always. Our viewer tournament. It's going to be busy. So I'll see you guys tomorrow for a full day. Thank you for watching. Norway Chess also starts tomorrow, so I might check in on those games as well. But that's all for me. I'm going to go have some food. And there's lots of sports tonight. Go Dallas. And honestly, I don't really care who wins in the Celtics and Heat series anymore. I just think it's going to be super entertaining. There are memes galore at the end of that game, no matter who wins. And I'll be here for the memes. Matt Brill, thank you for the 1,000 bits as we're leaving. Appreciate it, buddy. Hope you enjoy the series, Matt Brill. I'm doing this pretty regularly, so hopefully you catch more of it. All right, I'm out. Let's send the raid off. Going to raid the Botez sisters. I see they're live there. Here we go. We caught them. Botez live. All right, they're doing some chess as well. Bye, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow for all our Tuesday action, viewer tournament, titled Tuesday ×2. The usual. The usual. All right. See you guys. Take care. Thanks for watching. Everybody have a good week. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Just before 11 a.m. Eastern.